What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. It's Monday.
There you go, dude. I did it. You pieces of shit.
It's 59 degrees here and sunny in California, Los Angeles, folks.
You know what I mean?
And I'm live and alive. Let's just get started with the fucking Nashville school shooting. 3 children and 3 adults are killed at a Nashville school, and the shooter is dead as well. And the shooter, apparently, and this is unique, a female. Trigger warning. Obviously, mass shooting. At this point, I don't know how to fucking cover this kind of stuff without coming across like I'm just dead inside. And that is, there's nothing really I can say about it because, like, I do it so frequently that, like, even when we're talking about a school shooting, it just feels like it's yet another Monday. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be that way. But it's just another Monday, like, straight up. That is how it is. It is what's going on in the world. Like, I woke up this morning, had no intention of covering a school shooting, but, you know, as it stands, when you are an American political commentator, could be on the docket. You know, that's just how it is. She's not a teen. She's 28. Early report from the police was wrong. Okay.
Ready to take you now to the press conference where we're going to learn much more from authorities.
Fire Department, who will talk about the fire department's actions in regard to this morning's call. This is going to be a brief update as to what has occurred. There will be more from this spot later in the morning with Chief John Drake and others. At 10:13 this morning, the police department received a call of an active shooter inside Covenant School, Covenant Presbyterian Church. The police department response was swift. Officers entered the first story of the school, began clearing it. They heard shots coming from the second level. They immediately went to the gunfire. When the officers got to the second level, they saw a shooter, a female, who was firing. The officers engaged her. She was fatally shot by responding police officers. There was a 5-member team who was on the second floor at that time. 2 individuals from that 5-member team opened fire on the shooter. We know at this point that this shooter is a female. She appears to be in her teens, although
Apparently she's a little bit older. She's actually not in her teens. She's older. She's 28.
Identification has not been confirmed at this juncture. We know that she was armed with at least 2 assault-type rifles and a handgun. We are efforting now to identify her.
We did our job. Please clap. I mean, first of all, in the United States of America, when police actually do their jobs and they're like violent in the one instance where they're supposed to, it is worthy of celebration. It is worthy of praise because they're usually not. Okay. So remember, in a lot of mass shooting incidents, okay, in a lot of mass shooting situations, cops are rarely the ones who actually end up apprehending the shooter. More often than not, the cops wait until the shooter kills themselves, or you know, in the overwhelming majority of mass shootings that actually end up with someone like stopping the mass shooting, it's usually one of the people there that's unarmed that ends up apprehending the shooter. So just remember that, just understand that. But having said that, given that it's ultra rare that the cops actually do the violence in the right fucking place that they're supposed to be doing, the exercise of the state monopoly on violence, I'm gonna go ahead and say a good job, guys. It's not a Uvalde moment, so at least there's that. So that's good. That's good to. That's good to do. Good job. Now that we have at least now that we've given our props to the police, let's talk about what should have happened that could have avoided this situation. Well, let me explain. Okay. It's called legislation. It's called gun control. It's called reducing the number of guns that are fucking in the streets. Okay. Reducing the number of guns that are in circulation. It's called gun control. I say this as someone who loves shooting guns. I think guns are very fun, but it's also literally, a tool that is built to kill, to end life, okay? To shoot organic matter and end its life. So, let's be clear. Guns are fun. I like shooting them, but also they should be treated with the seriousness that it deserves. So, yeah. Don't know what else to say about that other than, holy shit, let's reduce the number of guns that are in the fucking streets a little bit, please. Jesus, Lord mercy. No, we can't, though, because guess what? Guess what, guys? Gun manufacturing industry makes a lot of fucking money selling guns, okay? So we can't do that. If an industry is viable in this nation, okay, if it's one of the remaining industries, the last manufacturing industries, if it has a lot of output, if it's making a lot of money, if it's greasing the wheels of Congress adequately, you will never get any kind of restriction on commerce, okay? That's not how America works. Doesn't matter if every single toddler has a fucking gun and they're shooting their parents in the head, okay? It's just not going to happen. This is also part of the reason why I said, hey, chatters, you didn't really miss much if you didn't watch me 5 years ago, because this is exactly what I was saying 5 fucking years ago, and I keep repeating myself because these problems persist, they only get worse, and on top of that, there are no solutions. So fear not. Probably in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, if I'm still around, if I haven't died, I will most likely still be talking about the same exact shit. Yes, but back then you had more optimism? Not really. Maybe a little bit more optimism. I don't know. Let's continue.
She entered the school through a side entrance and traversed her way from the first floor to the second floor, firing multiple shots. We now know that there are 3 students who were fatally wounded, as well as 3 adults inside the school. We are working to identify those victims, including the shooter. A total of 7 persons were killed
David Franz, thank you for the 10
this
gifted.
morning's incident at the school. By 10:27, the shooter was deceased. The officers had engaged the shooter by 10:27, and she was deceased. Again, I said the first call came in at 10:13 this morning. We'll have more details to give you later in the morning. Chief Drake will be here in a bit. Now, Kendra Loney from Nashville Fire.
One thing I got to say, every time this happens, we've seen the song and dance, okay? Copy and paste. If the shooter is white, we talk about how it's a lone, it's just a dude having a bad day. If the shooter is black, which is rare, more rare, especially when it comes to school shootings, even though it does happen, the media doesn't even cover it all that much. Like, let's be real, okay? We talk about the violent ideology behind white shooters' behavior, depending on which outlet you're looking at, or there's a normalization of said violence depending on like the right-wing outlets that you're looking at, and vice versa when you're talking about it for other shooters from other backgrounds. And then you have a perspective on like who the individual is, because we have no way of looking at systemic issues in this country, okay? No way. Like, obviously, personal ideology matters, especially if someone has, like, written a manifesto or some shit. But ultimately, regardless of all of these other tangible, all of these other variables that change, no matter what happens, the one thing that is the constant is that America has too many guns in circulation, and that is never going to fucking change because the gun manufacturers make too much goddamn money, and Americans don't have any cultural signifiers that they can associate with, whether it be in their labor, whether it be in their hobbies, because they have no time for fucking hobbies other than eating jalapeno poppers at Applebee's. So all of our cultural signifiers revolve around our consumption, and guns are a commodity that we consume and make a part of our identity associated with the Second Amendment. Associations with the Second Amendment and the defense of the Second Amendment is like seen as a foundational cultural signifier for millions of Americans. And that is the populist reason as to why it's very difficult to pass any sort of gun legislation, but the material reason as to why there's so much difficulty passing any sort of gun control is because gun manufacturers make a lot of money. Okay. But yeah. What is this? You have to see this insane, extremely unusual for a female to do something like this, almost unheard of. What is he saying? Is he saying that like, wait, what? Is the implication that the woman is trans or something? Like, I don't see, this is what I don't understand. Like, first of all, I don't know. I don't know anything about the fucking details. But why the fuck did he go? Why is that the first place he goes to? Like, it's like, in my mind, I imagine it's trans. First of all, it's not that fucking unusual when you think about it. I mean, it is very unusual, statistically speaking. But a mass shooting happened in YouTube headquarters, and that was a cis woman. You know what I mean? Like, get up to date with your motherfucking mass shootings, brother. Come on. I know it happens a lot, but, cis women have done mass shootings before. I like that we're, again, at this point, just doing fucking transvestigations. That's where we're at. That's where we're at this point. That, like, immediately, Matt Walsh automatically hits it's classic. Is the same way how any bad thing happened for 3 years or longer after 9/11, dipshit pundits would be asking if it was Muslims. They didn't just have Twitter quite yet, but to be this quick with it, yeah. Is this not the first teenage girl? No, she's not a teenager. She's 28. But let me explain something. I don't know any of the details about this woman, but let's say she's trans, right? Okay. There are fucking trans people in other countries. Why the fuck are they not doing mass shootings? Also, it's hilarious to fucking even immediately say like, oh, all trans people are capable of mass shooting when, incredibly marginalized community. And like, this would be the first. It would be historic if that was the case. Yeah, Brenda Spencer, the I Hate Mondays girl, and the San Bernardino shooter was female. Oh yeah, San Bernardino was a couple. True. Anyway, regardless, this is actually turfy in the sense that this would also be like implying that a trans woman is not a woman but a man, and then also simultaneously saying only men do this kind of cruel, violent thing, which is like very rad libby for Matt Walsh. But again, conservatives love picking and choosing politics whenever they're covering other issues in an effort to deflect. It's never coming from a reasonable, grounded perspective. Don't even know why we're addressing this until more details come out. I guess like it's technically at this stage as it stands misinformation. But that's the difference between me and Matt Walsh is that I don't fucking know. I don't know any of the details. I'm not going to sit here and immediately speculate that it must be a trans woman, especially when like there is no precedent for that at all. It's just the precedent in his mind is just the hypothetical, is just his hatred. It's crazy. He didn't say anything like that, Lamau. Did you receive my donation? Would you like to read it just for yourself? What? Look at this cringe photo, yikes. David Franz, where did you get this beautiful shirt? I would like to buy a similar one. Can you briefly sneak advertising for it? The shirt is Xanarobe. It's a Xanarobe shirt. There's no way you're going to find it. It's like super old. I don't think they sell it anymore. This is like almost a 10-year-old shirt. So if you go 10 years back in time, you can perhaps find the shirt. Xanarobe, which is like an Australian brand. Okay. Wearing a 10-year-old shirt? Okay, stop. All right, let's cover the fucking details of this and let's continue.
Fire department crews are dispatched for active shooter incidents as well, for medical support, but also for an RTF response, which is a rescue task force response to go in alongside of MNPD response. Our crews were right there on the scene to provide medical aid to any survivors.
You're not being very charitable with that Matt Walsh tweet? Wait, yeah, of course I'm not being very charitable to a guy who says he's a theocratic fascist. Suck my dick, dude. Fucking literally melt yourself, okay? Just inside of a Minecraft lava pit if you think that I should be charitable with Matt Walsh. Suck my fucking cock from the back. Suck my fucking cock from the front. After your mom is done with it, you fucking piece of shit. Are you out of your mind? Did you just say I'm uncharitable to literally a fucking stochastic terrorist? Not only that, but also an annoying one. Like, he's not even cool. Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, that's insane. Be more charitable to the violent transphobe. No, he's too cowardly to fucking say this is probably a trans woman, but I'm pretty sure that's what he's alluding to, okay? Especially when he has like an entire fucking following that is comprised of people. Here, let's take a look at his charitability. Female or female. Anyway, how does one suck a cock from the back? I'm genuinely curious. I just pull back. I'm pull down and pull my penis to the back. They do this every single time there's a fucking mass shooting. Should this person not turn out to be trans? Matt Walsh will still use to spew anti-woman sentiments. I don't even know. I don't even fucking know. I don't even know if this is a trans woman or a cis woman. The authorities originally said it was a teenager, and she's not. You know what I mean? She's like 28 years old. It's really fucked up. It's called tromboning. It's an expert level sex move. Chatter's mom can enlighten them. Thank you. Exactly. Didn't they say the Uvalde shooter was trans before more info came out? They said the Uvalde shooter was trans before more information came out. There was another guy. There was another shooter. I remember there was like 2 mass shootings that have occurred in the past year where they immediately said the shooter's trans, the shooter's trans, this is a trans person. They always do that shit. Bro, they tried to allude to that Highland Park. Yeah, Highland Park. They tried to allude to the fucking Q nightclub shooter being trans at first. What do you mean? Even when the fucking mass shooting is happening at a queer space, they still implied or tried to imply that the fucking shooter was trans, okay? They say that literally every single time.
But also be there for victims so that we could try life-saving efforts in this case. So we went in as soon as it was safe for our responders to do so, to try to provide life-saving efforts for those that were impacted by this incident and this tragedy. Our crews were able to be on scene to pull out those that had viable signs of life, those that were still showing the option to be saved, and we did make transport of 3 individuals and 3 children, and then 2 adults that were taken.
Let him cook before Let him cook before we clap him.
Our crews then set up a reunification unit. That reunification unit is at 2100 Woodmont Boulevard. That's where parents can go to be reunited with their children. All of the remaining students were able to be escorted out of the building with faculty and staff. We're not sure about the processes that they had in place, but we were on scene to help them mitigate anyone from seeing exactly what else was going on, but we're sure that they heard the chaos that was surrounding this. So we do have mental health specialists and professionals that are at that reunification site for both the students and the families that are going to be.
This is a good take. Before the right called all shooters trans, they claimed they were Antifa. Before they claimed they were all Antifa, they claimed they were BLM. And before they claimed they were BLM, they would claim that they were Muslims. Like, that's it. That's just whoever the right-wing enemy is, whoever like the invisible enemy is, the right will always universally claim that enemy is doing the fucking violence and atrocities. Ironic because statistically speaking, it is almost always like not always, but almost always a right-wing person, like a far-right anti-government extremist. My 3-year-old niece goes to Covenant. We finally got word that she's safe and accounted for, but what the fuck? Fuck all the Tennessee government officials who will be sending their thoughts and prayers today, and especially fuck Andy Ogles. Oh yeah, you want to see you guys? I wonder if this is a problem with trans people, which by the way, the shooter we don't know anything about yet. Okay, but or I wonder if this has something to do with it. Hold on one second. Let me just take a quick gander here. Oh, that's Mayor Andy Ogles in 2022. Merry Christmas. The Ogles family. The very atmosphere of firearms anywhere and everywhere restrains evil interference. They deserve a place of honor, and that's all good. Yeah. Yeah, the schools have side doors. Breaking, Metro Police say the 28-year-old female shooter was a former student of the Covenant School in Nashville. Not advocating for guns, but the only argument I see you use all the time is to ban them. I've literally never said ban all guns. Like, these words have never come out of my fucking mouth. I've literally never said these things. It's just, I only hear it from people who come here and tell me that that's what I'm saying. And then I end up doing this like literal 40-minute fucking rant over and over again about how the problem is that there are too many fucking guns on the streets, too many guns in circulation. I almost always talk about how I like shooting guns. I shoot guns. I've shot guns on camera. I've had my friends shoot guns. Like, I don't know what else I need to do. Do I need to fuck a gun? Do I need to bring my gun out? Is that what I need to do? Just have the gun like for fucking Steven Crowder on the desk so people, lizard brain dipshits can be like, oh, maybe he likes guns. Like, I know you misinterpreted it. It's not your fault. I'm popping off on you because it's like the anger that I fucking feel towards like every single motherfucker that comes in here and goes like, oh, yeah, Hasan, classic liberal, fucking wants to stop me from fucking my gun. No, the only thing I want to stop is you from seeing the top of the hour ad break, okay? Which comes at the top of the fucking hour every hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, a gun's not going to stop you. But what will stop you is a good guy with a subscription. A $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime will allow you to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. You did not see that one coming. That was a good one. You already know. Dazarin and Junior Turtle, thank you for the 10 gifted subs each, allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads. Sakura Gore with a 50 gifted subs, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads. Holy fuck, dude. Brandon's America and recession is not hitting some of these gifters. Yeah, shouts out to Sakura Gore and Kolga Golga, the resident good guys with the credit card. Top 5. Lels, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Kami Call, thank you for the 50 get the subs. Synchronized 76, thank you for the 5 get the subs. I don't know why people are just fucking going crazy with the gift subs lately. I don't know what's happening. There's just been odd. was a good day for the stock market. Hasan's femboy masseuse, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Synchronized 76, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Let's continue this.
Affected by this today. Our OEM units were able to provide buses to make transport from the Covenant School to the reunification site. We had one bus that carried 74 students and faculty staff members to the reunification site, and an additional bus that had 34 students on them. So all of those persons were carried. It was difficult for us to kind of identify who was just there as part of staff for the church versus who was there for the school, because it's all housed in one building. But at this time, we were able to get that number of persons transported out of the building and into that reunification site. So that is where parents can go to be reunited with their students. There is a hotline being set up for parents to call, but right now that is where they should go, 2100 Woodmont Boulevard, which is Woodmont Baptist Church. Additionally, we do have a debriefing site set up for on-staff or personnel who are working this incident, and there are mental health professionals set up there for them as well. There was one police officer that was injured with a hand injury as a result of making an attack on this incident. But other than that, there have been no additional injuries to first responders or personnel responding to.
I never, like, the worst part about, like, police briefings like this is just that, like, they use so much neutral language. It's just on autopilot that, like, I have learned absolutely nothing from this. You know what I mean? They always use passive voice, like, and it's just like, bro, just use normal language. Like, I feel like even in this instance, like, this is supposed to be like a positive moment for the cops. Just explain it with like real terms, okay? No one's going to be like, wow, it's really fucked up that cops like shot a shooter. You know what I mean? Everyone's going to say it's great. Good. I just want to understand what the fuck's going on. But it's like, in the tactical apprehension, a logistical shrapnel entered the field, entered the fray on one of our law enforcement officers, and immediately made a kinetic contact with the hand of an officer. And it's like, what the fuck? She's fire department? Doesn't matter. They all do the same shit. The threat was effectively neutralized. It's like, bro, just fucking use the normal thing. I need to understand.
To this, and as Don mentioned earlier, we will have further updates coming later on in the afternoon.
So on a typical day, there would be about 209 students inside the school and approximately 40 to 50 staff members, about 42 staff members.
Big boy gamer man, thank you for the 10 gift the subs.
Before we go back.
Clear. So the 7 dead, and then the nature of injuries, how many injured do you know? That you're being treated still, or injuries? I know first responders were. But.
An officer had a wound from cut glass. That is the only other injury.
Yeah, see, they asked. Okay, there you go. They literally like, what does that mean? Like, what happened to the cop? Can you please use like human terms and speak plainly?
That I'm aware of. The 3 students are deceased. The 3 students who were shot are deceased. 3 staff members who were shot are deceased. That's a total of 6 victims. And then you have the shooter who was engaged by 2 of our police officers, part of a 5-member team, and she is deceased for a total of 7 individuals. There are no other gunshot victims, non-lethal, that I'm aware of at present.
Do you know how many people were shot? Do you know how many people were shot before the police engaged the shooter?
No.
Do you know if they shot anyone after they engaged the shooter? Do you know if the shooter was able to shoot anyone else?
What? We do not know who she is at this juncture. We're trying to identify her. She does appear to be in her teens.
That's not true. She's not. She's 28 years old.
2 assault-type rifles and at least 1 pistol. No, I'm not.
Was there an SRO or an SSO working at the school?
No, this is a church that operates a private school. there was no Metro Police person.
Yeah, some of the unique aspects of this mass shooting is that it's in a relatively wealthy neighborhood. It's a relatively wealthy school. I believe it's like expensive to actually go there. So that part is actually unique. The other unique aspect of this, of course, is that it is a female shooter. So that is also unique. Not a teen, but this is a religious private institution. It's a Christian school. That and also the mass shooter is the school shooter in this circumstance is not a teenager, but a 28-year-old female. So those are some of the unique aspects.
That building at any time.
From what I understand, yes, they've also confirmed that she was a former student at the Covenant School in Nashville. Okay. Is this the first time a school shooter was a female? I don't know. I mean, I know that there have been female mass shooters, but maybe I don't know if there's been a female school shooter. I guess there has been. Oh, Brenda Spencer. The Cleveland Elementary School shooting was a school shooting that took place on January 29th, 1979 at Grover Elementary School in San Diego, California. The principal and custodian were murdered. 8 children and police officer Robert Robb were injured. A 16-year-old girl, Brenda Spencer, who lived in a house across the street from the school, was convicted of the shootings. Yeah. But like 1979 is the first and last time. Back in the 80s, there was another girl. School shooting by a cis woman. University of Alabama, Huntsville shooting. 3 people were killed and 3 others wounded in a shooting in Alabama, Huntsville. During a routine meeting of the biology department attended by approximately 12 people, Amy Bishop, a biology professor at the university, began shooting those nearest with a Ruger P95 handgun. Check the motive on the previous one. Is Brenda's she injured 8 children. She became a 9-year-old. She also killed a 56-year-old custodian for the casualties. Spencer told the reporter she has shot at the school children and adults because I don't like Mondays. This livens up the day. That's what she said. This is the I don't like Mondays shooting. America, baby. Listen, you don't like Mondays? You have ease of access to Arsenal. You know, you just liven it up that way. We'll get to the GOP congressman, by the way, who also has his own very George Santos style resume padding. GOP congressman accused of lying on resume faces questions over $25,000 of funds for a child burial garden. The only person willing to back up Andy Ogle, who we just showed you, was the Fox News publishes in Okay, so here we'll look through all the female shootings and school shootings and mass shootings. I was wrong to say this is unique, I guess, because nothing is unique in America. Obviously, everything, especially when it comes to mass shootings, is not going to be unique. Everyone from all walks of life, from all backgrounds, all creeds, all fucking shapes and sizes will engage in a little bit of fun because that's what America is about. You know what I mean? So, statistically, it's unique. However, we are a uniquely fucked up nation. So, uncommon is the word, yeah.
No, there are a total of 3 adults. 3 adults who have been fatally wounded.
Okay, one of them being the shooter?
No.
Okay,
so let me go over this again. You have a total of 6 victims, 3 students who are deceased, and 3 adult staff members from the school who are deceased. The shooter herself makes 7.
Do you know if one of the 3 adults maybe confronted her?
I do not.
Are they teachers?
There is video from the school that we are viewing now to try to learn exactly how all of this happened.
Can you say where the victims were located? Were they in the hallway, in a classroom?
I cannot at this juncture. As you know, 5 of the 6 were transported. So we will get that information later in the day.
Did police engage with the shooter inside a classroom or in the hallway in another location?
It is an upper level part of the school. It's kind of a lobby type area. It was not in a classroom per se.
Okay. Yeah. Before we move away from this story, obviously, I don't know if there is any additional details that we can talk about. If my kids got to do shooter drills at school, then your little chuckle fuck offspring can learn some new pronouns. For fuck's sake, that's an odd thing to bring up. But here was one aspect of the Fox News coverage, which has been wonderful to say the least. Of course, Fox News is always the number one news outlet to go to whenever a fucking mass shooting happens, because that's where you learn what the talking points are. That's what you're going to hear from your most annoying relatives for the next fucking week or so until another mass shooting happens and we forget about it. You know what I mean? So it's always cool to see what Fox News' fair and balanced news coverage is going to be on an issue that they have like literally personally played a role in. And what I mean by that, of course, is they have played a role in basically defending the cruelty of everyday American existence, including, guns being readily available for everyone in circulation without significant background checks or anything like that, and also the fear mongering. Let's watch.
Tired of covering this? Aren't you guys tired of being here and having to cover all of these mass shootings? I'm from Highland Park.
There it is.
Family vacation with my son, visiting my sister-in-law. I have been lobbying in D.C. since we survived a mass shooting in July. I have met with over 130 lawmakers. How is this still happening? How are our children still dying, and why are we failing them? Gun violence is the #1 killer of children and teens. It has over...
Like, it's literally worse than fucking cars. Like, that's insane to me. That more children in the United States of America die to fucking guns than they do to car accidents. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's so insane. That's America. That's fucking America, baby. That's America.
Overtaken cars. Assault weapons are contributing to the border crisis and fentanyl. We are arming cartels with our guns and our loose gun laws. And these shootings and these...
Oh my God. Dude, this is how you get like, because it's so commonplace, like this kind of shit is so commonplace that you literally have like random moms that happen to be nearby when a mass shooting occurs be able to spit out like actual, genuine, systemic issues at this point. Through repetition, every mom is like, I'm a lobbyist as well now. Like I'm individually lobbying Congress. It's crazy.
These mass shootings will continue to happen until our lawmakers step up and pass gun safety legislation. I'm pretty sure this was an unsecured weapon that this teenager got a hold of. We can't even pass gun safety, like safe storage laws in this country to protect kids from getting a hold of weapons that they shoot each other with.
All right, so we're going to break away there because that...
Okay, first of all, for the people saying she's not a concerned citizen, she's a lobbyist, true, except what you need to understand is there's a difference between Fox News or any other news outlet going to a lobbyist deliberately and then making them seem like a conservative or a concerned parent versus literally someone who is right there. Like, it's not like, brother, she was right. She was there when it happened. Okay? Like, that's the difference. It's not like this was a week later and then CNN called her in and was like, here's a concerned parent without like any kind of like background information that they offer. Like, she was just there on vacation. Like, she wasn't, George Soros didn't know that a mass shooting was going to happen and then sent a fucking anti-gun, lobbyist into, like an activist, let's say. Lobbyist is not the best term for this because lobbyists, even though you can lobby Congress without like being a part of a industry, like a viable industry that you're getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that lobbying, it just means like you could be an activist and you're lobbying Congress. The act of lobbying is different. But everyone immediately rushes and thinks like, oh, she's getting paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year as a lawyer to like fucking write legislation. That's not how that works. Wait, what? Oh, she was literally in Highland Park. She was a Highland Park parade mass shooting survivor who went to vacation in Nashville and ended up next to another mass shooting. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Dude, this is literally, this kind of shit happens because mass shootings are so fucking commonplace. But because it's so commonplace and it happens every now and then, that people will literally be like, oh, this is a false flag. Like the psychotic Republicans will look to stuff like this and not recognize how commonplace this problem is, not recognize the severity of the problem it implies, but instead think, oh, how convenient, it's definitely fake. That is mind-boggling to me. It's like when that other school shooting that happened in college. Which university was it? I can't even remember. That happens so frequently. It happens at every fucking college where like a bunch of, MSU, right? It was at Michigan State. Michigan State University mass shooting featured multiple people that had survived a prior mass shooting. At that point, you're just dodging fucking bullets. My cousin was in Oxford and his best friend too, and his friend was in MSU too, and they got a bunch of harassment for literally surviving twice. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, my husband thinks most of them are false flag operations. How the hell do I convince him otherwise, Hasan? That is so terrifying. Hasan's rejected FOIA requests. I'm sorry to say, I genuinely don't know how to talk to someone who like literally thinks that that's like, okay, chat, stop saying divorce, okay? I don't know how to talk to someone who's like so firmly grounded in their delusions. Like, that's crazy. Everybody shut the fuck up. Stop saying divorce. Jesus Christ. Yeah, 14-year-old chatters being like, without any knowledge of the situation at hand, being like, just divorce, dude. Yeah, okay, thanks, guys. Anyway.
Reporter who was using that camera is obviously setting up to do a live report there, but the woman...
Yeah, that's why they broke away from the footage.
We can't even pass gun safety, like safe storage laws in this country to protect kids from getting a hold of weapons that they shoot each other with.
All right, so we're going to break away there because that reporter who was using that camera is obviously setting up to do a live report there. But the woman said it quite succinctly. Aren't you tired of this? Yes, we are tired of this.
We need to consider an automatic death penalty for school shooters, says Rick Scott. Life in prison is not enough for the deranged monsters to go into our schools and kill innocent kids and educators. Yeah, Rick, they already do get death sentence. They either kill themselves half the fucking time or someone shoots them. That hasn't stopped motherfuckers from doing school shootings, dumbass. Like, what do you mean? The fuck do you mean? Dude, it's so stupid. No one's going, oh, I'm going to do a school shooting, but wait, hold on. Oh, no, the harshest penalty is a death sentence. I guess I'm going to be deterred from doing a school shooting now. You and other demons like you are the first to say every mass school shooting or every mass shooting suspect or every school shooting suspect is a mentally ill person. There's truth to that, okay? That doesn't address any of the actual underlying issues, but there's fucking some truth to that. You say it all the fucking time. Why the fuck do you think that's going to stop anybody? It's ironic because, like, it literally fucking says, look at this. The suspect who had multiple weapons also died after being shot by the police. Like, it says it right here. It says it in the it says in the tweet that he quote retweeted that the suspect is dead. What are you going to do? Kill the corpse? Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Here. Anyway, the lady that Fox News immediately fucking panned away from is talking to CNN here.
I'm from Highland Park, Illinois. I was actually in town just on vacation, but I'm a mass shooting survivor. My son and I survived a mass shooting in Highland Park where there was a shooting at a parade that we were at. We ran for our lives. And this is just...
By the way, remember, when like progressive advocates become like, activists or advocates that speak to Congress, it's usually because like they survived the fucking mass shooting. When right-wingers become concerned parents and set up lobbying shops, it's like, I'm a concerned parent because I saw a gay person at school. Like, understand the difference between, Christian moms for the eradication of homosexuality versus like, I survived a mass shooting and I think we should have some gun control. Okay? Just remember that shit.
Unacceptable. It's only in America can somebody survive a mass shooting and then go on vacation to visit another person that they have met through, fighting for gun safety, and find themselves at near another mass shooting. Like only, you know what I mean? Like only in America does this happen, where we keep seeing this again and again and again. Only in America does her son survive a mass shooting and then, end up in a lockdown school because there is another mass shooting. Yeah. This is an epidemic. Gun violence is an epidemic, and it needs to be resolved. It needs to be addressed.
When you hear about it happening at a school again, what goes through your head?
For me, the statistics start running. It's likely this gun was purchased legally. It's likely it was not stored properly and a child took it. I heard that it might have been a child, a sixth grader. Just how preventable this is, how preventable these incidences are, how we should pass gun safety legislation and lock up weapons and, put require background checks on every single gun purchase. Ban assault. Everything
that she said is wrong, by the way, as far as like, we don't know anything about the how the weapon was acquired or anything, but we do know that the shooter wasn't a young girl. She was 28 years old and was a former student at the school as well.
Weapons, and until we.
Having kids in school makes my anxiety go through the fucking roof. Having panic attacks purely out of fear of unknown shit fucking sucks. Remember, in this country, the number one child killer is not fucking cars, as is the case in many other places, which is understandable, due to how dangerous vehicles are, okay? It's guns. It's guns. It's not obesity, it's guns. A 12-year-old, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens with obesity, maybe. We'll see. Number one child killer is abortion. Hell yeah, brother. It's not fentanyl and Halloween candy. It's guns. Would adopting a harsher penalty system like Japan has for pettier crimes and help deter people from doing worse crimes? As much as I hate to say it, I don't feel like America really punishes anyone from doing crime. That is an insane take, man. I'm going to be as charitable as possible to you because I feel like you're maybe a little misinformed, but maybe your heart's in the right place. But you are out of your mind, brother. America is the most punitive carceral state on the fucking planet. We currently house 25% of the entire planet's prisoner population. You understand? It doesn't get any worse. There is no, there are so many fundamental problems with the way that our carceral state operates. We have a quarter of the entire planet's prisoner population of this country. We still have slave labor in this country, in our prison system. We have private prison facilities, which no other fucking nation has because they find it to be morally abhorrent. Like, it is demonstrably, it is demonstrably a failure. It is a massive failure when it comes to being a adequate deterrence. Time and time again, the broken windows policing concept has been owned, okay, through studies and through data. That's number one. Time and time again, we have found out that countries with significantly better prisoner populations or significantly better treatment of their prisoners have higher levels of integration into society once these convicts are done serving their prison sentence. It's just like we are literally a police state with the worst prison system, one of the worst prison systems on the fucking planet. UK has private prisons too. I apologize. UK, which is wannabe United States, also has private prisons. If you want to abolish crime, it's pretty simple. Literally look at all of the examples. If you want to abolish crime, it's not that hard. If you want to eviscerate crime, you don't make it harsher, which we have in America. You look at the root cause of crime. And this is not a new idea. This is not a unique idea. It's not novel. It's been discussed and pontificated endlessly since fucking ancient Greece, okay? It's poverty. Poverty creates a cycle of crime. Okay? That's it. That's it. There is no easier solution. Fuck. The only deterrent for this shit is stricter gun laws. Heavier punishments ain't gonna do shit. Guns, not just from mass shootings, but from carelessness and accessibility where children are hurting children and accidentally firing them. Yes, of course. Lies. Criminals make crimes, Lamount. True. Rich people can still murder people. I never said that murder will be entirely eradicated. I am not a complete. I'm not in the business of like full blown abolition. Okay, I never have been. I don't advocate for that. I tell you that there are still going to be certain things that modern medicine still has no capabilities of solving, like antisocial personality disorder related crimes, things of that nature. Okay, rape is still going to happen. Racism is still going to happen. Hate crimes are still going to happen. Murders are still going to happen. It doesn't matter. It's always going to happen. But that's not, the goal is to limit the amount of crimes that happen. It's never about completely eradicating it. You can't ever completely eradicate a thing, okay? But that shouldn't stop you from trying to do everything you can to, at the very least, make it as hard as possible for that crime to happen. You get it? 1 in 20 U.S. adults, or about 16 million people, own at least one AR-15 in the United States of America. How do you make rape harder to happen? Great question. Eviscerate patriarchal constructs in society. That's again another crime often born out of poor material conditions, not having enough education, not having enough opportunities, and more importantly, not educating, especially young men, which happen to be the highest percentage of people who are doing the rapes. Okay. Educate people adequately with sex ed, and educate people adequately on consent, and educate young men specifically on what patriarchal constructs are. Anyway. Do rapes happen more often in Japan since they are more patriarchal? That's a great question. I don't know what the exact statistics are, but I do know that that's one aspect of crime that is actually not considered not actually adequately punished or logged, I would say. But yes, sexual harassment, sexual assault is such a massive problem in Japan that they literally, you go buy a fucking phone in Japan, take a picture on silent mode. There's a shutter sound that will come up. That's a band-aid solution to such a commonplace problem that they had to like come up with something. Yeah. And does that work? Fuck no, of course it doesn't work. Because that's, again, another band-aid solution. No, it doesn't. Tried, not on iPhone. If you are Japanese or bought an iPhone in Japan or bought a phone in Japan, the phone camera, the cell phone camera, will always have a shutter sound. Okay? My bad, missed the Japan part. What? What's the purpose of that? Think about it a little bit and you'll understand. People were taking the upskirt photos the subway stations or just everywhere was such a major problem. Like people doing sexual assault, sexual harassment, taking upskirt photos was such a massive fucking problem that obviously, instead of being able to address this by undermining patriarchy or anything like that, they found one band-aid solution was basically to make it so that people would know when you're taking a photo, even if it's on silent. Women get groped so routinely, they have women-only cars on the subway. Might just be a privacy culture thing. Korean phones have the shutter sound too. Brother, I know what it is. I know why it happened. What do you mean might just be a privacy culture thing? The fuck are you talking about? I'm telling you why it's a thing. Anyway. And then chatters will chime in and be like, yeah, maybe it's well, I'm doing it in Iowa and my iPhone on silent doesn't have a shutter sound. You know? Well, so I guess you're owned, Hasan. You see all the cell phones in Japan are shipped with an annoying shutter sound that gets more and more grating with every photo taken. In Japan, that shutter sound cannot be disabled because of privacy concerns. It's the birthplace of the camera phone, and unfortunately, it's also the birthplace of creeps taking photos with their phones that they shouldn't be taking, like up a woman's skirt. All cell phones with built-in cameras ship with a shutter sound that played when a photo was taken, and it could not be disabled. This was not something that was required by law, but it was taken up voluntarily by all Japanese cell phone vendors. These self-regulations have never been made publicly available, but the NTT Docomo told the Japan Times that they implemented it to prevent secret filming or other privacy issues. Even Apple, which is infamous for selling the same product to the same markets around the world, agreed to customize their phones shipped to Japan and Korea such that the shutter sound cannot be turned off. Not only does the shutter sound occur when you take a photo on a Japanese iPhone, but it also sounds when you take a screenshot of your phone. By the way, people still film. Kind of pointless if they can just take a video. I know. That's why I said it's simply a fucking Band-Aid and not a real way to stop the problem. On a news program on NHK in January this year, Tokyo Metropolitan Police said there were 615 arrests for camera voyeurism in 2012, a 24% rise from 2011, and up 60% from 2007. Of those arrested, 64% had used cell phone cameras. Most incidents occurred during train commutes. Anyway. Oh, here. This was what I was going to talk about a couple days ago, but across every demographic group, Americans die at younger ages than their counterparts in other wealthy nations. How could this happen? One group of researchers isn't surprised at all. How could this have happened? But yeah, that GOP congressman that we talked about, you're a CCP-funded shill. Please elaborate further. I would love to know. I mean, first of all, I wish. And secondly, I would love to know why you're saying this right now. Wait, what? Wait, you just said free Palestine, and then you said I'm a CCP-funded shill? What? Now compare that to China's progress based. I mean, you basically have the same politics as Trump, so the hat makes sense. I don't know if this guy is all right. Anyway, let's move on to the New York grand jury reconvening in the Trump finance probe tied to the hush money pay.
The Manhattan grand jury investigating former President Trump's hush money case is meeting today.
And meanwhile, the special counsel is building its case for possible federal charges against the former president.
Joining us now is CBS News investigative reporter Graham Cates, who's been standing at that same position now for days on end. Graham, the Manhattan grand jury is in fact meeting today. What more do we know about what is expected to unfold this afternoon? And I get that it's a lot of speculation that I'm asking you to do there.
Yeah, you're right. Here we are again. It seems like it's running through the same thing all the time. There are just a couple of protesters. You can see they're over here. But, you know, what we know is that today they're meeting again. We don't know for sure if what they're going to be hearing while they're meeting again. We still don't know when, if ever, there's going to be the ask for an indictment vote from this group of 23 Manhattanites. They've been meeting since mid-January on most Mondays and Wednesdays and Thursdays. And it was only last week that we learned that, in fact, Thursday they meet to hear about other stuff. So what we know is that, as scheduled, they're back here this afternoon. But unfortunately, I'm not able to tell you what that means for someone who's interested in this case.
So Graham, I mean, a lot of people are interested in this case. And so are you able to rule out a vote on the indictment today? Is that...
New York hogs are my favorite breed of hogs, dude. They're my favorite breed of hogs, okay? They're great. I mean, they are, they're a minority. And for that reason, they are like way more unhinged.
That's something you can say is definitely not going to happen today?
No, we can't even go that far. Look, we haven't gotten an indication one way or another. We knew as of 2 weeks ago that this thing was nearing its conclusion, and we knew that because they had invited former President Trump to appear before the grand jury. And in New York, that's typically one of the last things that happens. And then a week ago today, instead of Trump appearing, a witness who was asked by his team to appear came, and that was a lawyer named Robert Costello, who had said that he had previously been illegally legal advisor to Michael Cohen, himself a former lawyer for Trump, and the key witness of this whole probe. But since then, there's actually been no action before the grand jury in the week since, until it meets a little later this afternoon.
And Graham, the Manhattan DA's office has been receiving threats. I mean, that's such a big part of this story, too, ever since that Trump tweet or ever since we learned about this. How's the office responding? And are the threats, you think, having an impact on the investigation?
Yeah, they're all out here. They're all out here.
Well, the security apparatus here is...
It's mind-boggling to me that the fucking lav mic is not doing its job right now. Like, these guys are so... Nah, California hoggers are plenty unhinged. No, listen, I love hogs from all backgrounds, all shapes, and all sizes. Okay, that much is known. Let me be clear. I'm a big fan of hogs. Okay, and there's different seasonings of hogs that I like. Obviously, hogs in a blue state are oftentimes way more unhinged. That's why I love the California hogs too. Every single one of them is like a failed actor who is now just like a protester for not just fun but also paid. You know what I mean? It's awesome. It's great. Not Ben Shapiro. I'm talking about the classic, the classic hogalinas that are from Orange County and shit. You know what I mean? They're great.
Is way different than it was last week or the week before. Earlier today, I saw bomb-sniffing dogs going around and checking out packages nearby. The garbage cans outside the two buildings, the Manhattan Criminal Court and directly behind me, the district attorney's offices, have all been removed. There are far more police than you normally see, and there's barricades everywhere. But in terms of how it's affecting the investigation itself, I don't think there's any indication that it's had an impact at this point.
So I did want to pick up one other thing as I also think about other news today. There's been movement in a couple of these other probes. I have to keep a flowchart going to keep it all in my mind at one time. But the president is the subject of multiple probes, and I'm curious, are you getting any indications of where those other ones stand? And if not this one, what other one might drop first? We're all in a waiting holding pattern, aren't we?
Stop me if you've heard this before, but all the other ones appear to be at advanced stages. So there's this one in Fulton County, Georgia, with a special purpose grand jury that turned in its report to the district attorney.
They just want to stop him, brother.
And
they want to stop him at all costs.
Said that a charging decision was imminent, and then afterwards, a reporter asked her about it, and she said, "When I said that, I meant legally imminent, not reporter imminent." And I've been thinking about that for all of these investigations. What we see as just around the corner, and maybe is in legal terms, still takes a long time. So we're still waiting to see what happens with all of these. Not just the Fulton County one, but there are two investigations, federal investigations.
I can conclusively say that this saga is so washed. Like, it never got even a fraction of the attention that it normally would have gotten for a couple of reasons. One, because like attrition. I think a lot of people have gotten tired of like fucking Trump being like arrested or possibly being on the verge of arrest or anything like that. I think two, January 6th really fucking stopped the hogs dead in their tracks. Like, they legitimately are fearful of some kind of punishment for the first time ever because they thought the criminal justice system worked for them and never against them, even if they violated the laws. And January 6th was like a wake up call for a lot of them. And I think last but not least, the Republican Party infrastructure is not supporting the AstroTurf protests like they did in the past because they don't think that Donald Trump is worth it to do that because they don't want Donald Trump. They see him as a threat.
It's being run by the special counsel of D.C. And we recently saw another former Trump attorney have to go before that grand jury, too. And so, again, these are all moving forward, but we just don't know when or what will happen with them.
All right. Well, when something drops, we know you'll be there to tell us what it is and where it bounces. Graham Cates, thank you.
Like, it's just, I've been desperate.
We are joined.
I've been desperate to try to find like good hogs. You know what I mean? Seasoned ones. And honestly, my desperate attempts have been fruitless. Like, there really isn't a lot going on. There really isn't a lot going on in the hog world, in the hog universe, in the hogiverse. They're not. Maybe COVID killed a bunch of them too. I think that was a big one too. But Trump's Waco rally was kind of, it wasn't that poppin'. Like, it didn't get a lot of mainstream media coverage with the exception of the Hasanabi broadcast. Like, it was kind of mid. You know what I mean? He didn't really like go off the rails that much. He's not freestyling as much. And he did it on the anniversary of the standoff. And the media like kind of did their thing that they always do, where they ate the bait, you know what I mean? Hook, line, and sinker. But even then, it didn't get a lot of play for some reason. Like, because people are not as interested in the outrage cycle as much. And the ones that are outraged all the fucking time are like unhinged psychopaths that are outraged about trans people and are constantly talking about like children's genitalia. So it's weird. There's a massive shortage of flex fit hat wearing bearded guys during jump cut editing, walking back and forth across their driveway. Hopefully Trump can bring them back. Yeah. CPAC's attendance was booty cheeks. Yeah, but that is like, so CPAC's attendance was booty cheeks because of what I just told you. Because the Republican Party has a lot of internal strife right now where they are basically victim to their own success. They've gotten a lot of their policy and a lot of their like nefarious agenda through in, of course, undemocratic means, through the courts and all that good stuff. So now they are having an issue with hitting the culture war button a little too hard. They're basically suffering from their own success. So, it's more of an existential threat to the existence of the Republican Party. Okay? More of an existential threat in general for the Republican Party's future, but like it's being played out through Trump and DeSantis. Like if you want to put a human face to this existential internal strife that's happening in the Republican Party, it's best played out in the Ron DeSantis v. Donald Trump saga that is currently happening.
By Jon Stewart himself.
But who else would it be? Fareed, it's nice to see you. I love your aquarium.
Thank you, exactly.
Yes.
We can go swimming afterwards. Yes. So I got to ask you, it's a big thing in the news. Donald Trump indictment. There are people
What?
Just stay with me for a minute. There are people
I've been
who
watching
say,
the live cameras at the courthouse. It's imminent. Breathless speculation.
So there are people who say, yes, you have to indict him because he has in fact broken the laws. And there are other people who say this is going to turn him into a martyr. This is his path to redemption.
Sure.
How do you think about it?
Oh, the law should always take into account someone's popularity. I think that's. I mean, what's happened to our country? It's as though you can't even commit financial fraud anymore. You can't inflate the value of your properties when you need a loan and then deflate it with taxes. I mean, the next thing you know, they're going to send you to jail instead of your lawyer and your accountant and your campaign manager and everyone else around you. The idea that someone may face accountability.
I love that Fareed Zakaria doesn't give a shit. He's just like not giving him anything. I mean, Jon Stewart is right. Okay. He's right. This is a very libbed up conversation to be having. So like, of course, when he is the best lib. Okay. He is the best lib. So he's doing a good job being the best boy of the libs. Okay. This is the best you're going to get from liberals in general. He's the king of the libs. And this ultimately is a very liberal conversation to be having because if you look at it from the perspective outside of like, liberalism, it's like nobody fucking gives a shit. The wealthy get away with doing tremendous amounts of crimes. Donald Trump got away with doing tremendous amounts of crimes because the system is designed in a way to shelter the wealthy, just like the system is also designed in a way to offer all of the gains in the stock market to the wealthy, where the gains are privatized and the losses are socialized. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And obviously, when that ad break comes, the gains are still only socialized when the magnanimous decide to gift subs to the working poor, okay? But of course, if you are not lucky enough to get that gifted sub, you can subscribe on your own for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Prop 65 warning. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Parady, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Don't want to hear from you saying that this is a mid-ad segue. Suck my dick. Amanda, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Hasan, are you going to cover the school shooting in Nashville? The FBI are on my street right now. Apparently, the school shooter was my neighbor. I already covered it, and we've moved on from it. You want to know why? Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25 get the subs. Holy shit. You want to know why we covered it and moved on from it, even though it's only been like 2 fucking hours since we started? Because at this point, unfortunately, school shootings are so commonplace. Mass shootings are so commonplace that I have a streamlined approach to covering it, immediately giving you what the fucking talking points are, and waiting for new details or whatever, and then moving on. We don't have any more information about what's going on. When we get more information, I can talk about it, but it's just like odd. Like there's nothing to talk about other than give you some of the details and then address some of the misinformation that's going on. Yeah.
So nowadays,
this clip is better. Okay, well let's watch this first, and then
who's that rich and powerful is outrageous. And this country should.
Rasington, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
But what if it turns out to be his get out of jail free pass? It's his path to, people will see him as a martyr.
Okay.
You're okay with that? He could become president again.
He could become president anyway. Fareed, we either have the rule of law or we have no rule of law. The rule of law does not take into account.
Dude, Fareed is fucking crazy for being like, oh, this law, like this court case might actually trump Trump's popularity. CNN has done this every single time. I've been yelling at CNN. I feel like we are literally repeating the same cycle. Okay? CNN has been doing this since Donald Trump came down that goddamn escalator. Okay? They literally are like, well, this is going to increase Trump's popularity. It's like, first of all, you're going to increase Trump's popularity. Okay? Like, shut the fuck up. You're doing that. You're doing that. You're doing that every day. Okay? It's mind-boggling that they're still being like, well, should we even prosecute him? Because, what if he becomes more popular? First of all, do I think it might make him more popular? Yeah, of course. It's super sick to, beat the case, okay? You go in, it's like a bullshit fucking, it's a bullshit violation. It's literally the weakest one they could catch him on, okay? It's, almost hilarious that they would get him on this little, minor thing that, other presidents have actually gotten away with by paying a fine, okay? That part is true. That part is definitely true. But what Jon Stewart is saying is still also true, which is that what are we doing here? We should hold presidents to account. What the fuck is this kind of what is this mentality that we're like, oh, well, he might become more popular in prison, so we just can't do anything about it? It's so stupid.
If that might make you a martyr to somebody, I'd much rather have the conversation be, what is the law? What exactly are we saying that he did? His lawyer went to jail for this same situation for a couple of years. So what is the crime? Is it a crime?
There are people who say it's selective prosecution, that this would not...
Everything is selective prosecution. The reason why Donald Trump became popular in the first place, and the reason why these populist movements, is that the citizenry have become fed up with the lack of accountability for those in power. We have no accountability in our financial systems. We have no accountability for the bankers. I mean, our Congress trades stocks with information they get making laws, and they do it.
Hit him on that.
Great success.
Speak on it.
And they won't stop it because they're the ones in charge of making the law about it.
I love that.
And instead of
I love that.
bringing accountability to the rampant corruption that is surrounds our government and our financial systems, the Supreme Court just changed the definition of corruption. Rather than prosecuting it, rather than holding people accountable, they just went, how about this? Okay, why don't we just say this?
It's even better than that was that they said, you politicians, you think that's corruption because you're engaging in it, but we actually don't think it's corruption. And
we're going to tell you, don't worry about it. You can influence peddle as long as you don't explicitly say, by the way, this money is so that I may influence this law specifically. And you have to lay out. Like, that is what has the lack of confidence that people have in the system is, and you even see it throughout the media, even that conversation.
Fareed isn't wrong about the prison thing, though. Jailing a candidate isn't effective. Everyone loves and remembers our 31st president, Eugene Debs. I mean, Eugene Debs ran from prison, and what did he get? Like more than 1 million votes, which was pretty crazy. But that's not like, I think throwing Donald Trump in prison, it's very different. I mean, it's very, very different than the situation at hand with Eugene Debs. Like, you're talking about comparing a former president who is like infinitely more popular in a right-wing reactionary country to a socialist. You know what I mean? Like, there's like, you can't even make an analogy in that situation. I do think that Donald Trump he's not even going to go to jail, I don't think. Okay, he can beat this case, especially because, like, there is truth to what Republicans have said about Hillary Clinton and the Barack Obama campaigns also paying a fine, because usually campaign finance violations or mismanagement is due to improper accounting, or just not classifying specifically what you're paying someone for. And in Trump's case, like, what ended up happened as a consequence of, like, not properly filing exactly what they were paying for. And for this reason, I don't think that he would go to jail for this anyway, especially when there is so much precedent for other candidates also just, like, paying a fine for much larger numbers even. So I don't know. Compliances are a huge thing, but rarely you go to jail. Yeah, I mean, it's like a misdemeanor charge that's, like, trumped up to a felony, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. Because, like, it's funny, it's laughable, it's fun. I want him to go to jail. It would be super sick. It would be even funnier if, like, someone tried to break him out of prison. Like, I'm in it for the content. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not saying that this is going to, like, truly stop Donald Trump. If anything, it might make him more popular, might make him more relevant. He needs to do a couple different things, though. He does need to, like, start baiting on Twitter again. You know what I mean? He's not doing enough of that. Like, on Truth Social, nobody gives a shit. Like, he is not as rizzed up as he used to be. He doesn't have it like that. I thought he's still banned on Twitter. No, he's not. He just doesn't post because he's posting on Truth Social. But, like, I think that is actually harming him a little bit because he needs to be antagonizing media more. He needs to be antagonizing the media more so that the media covers him. But as it stands currently, the media doesn't really cover him all that much because he's not top of mind all that much. So, when the media doesn't cover him and he doesn't have a direct way to talk to his audience or a broader audience, he's going to fall off a little bit. Does that make sense?
Conversation. Should we not? It's but he's popular, and then it might make him more popular, but not less popular. Did he do something wrong? What was it? Explain that to us. What is the law that he supposedly violated? What are the ramifications of it? I don't see him ever actually going to jail. I personally don't even care. I just want a system that somehow finds a consistent accountability.
So in many ways, you, at least for me, you created or defined American political satire. How has that changed? I mean, it feels to me like the stuff you did, the showing the video and then commenting, it's become, it's everybody does it. And it's not even.
All right, Fareed, fucking calm down, okay? I mean, Jon Stewart did pave the way in many respects for political satire. I'm not going to shy away from that. I have talked about it as well. Like, in my own personal development, Jon Stewart played a role, okay? But, fucking calm down a little bit, okay? Don't glaze him too hard.
Even comics. I mean, that's what Tucker Carlson does when he wants to make his points.
Sure.
He's borrowing from your playbook.
Yes. No, it's a real delight knowing. It's always good to arm the most cynical. And
Hasan gets so jealous when his chat admires someone who isn't him. What do you mean? Guys, I admire Jon Stewart. Chatter, what the fuck are you talking about? I just said Jon Stewart was formative in my development. Okay? What?
Worst people in media.
But do you look at it and say now this whole thing is commoditized?
Well, it was. Listen.
Oh my God, Hasan, stop being such a soy boy. All the fucking idiots are in the chat today.
I mean, we were selling Budweiser. It's always been commoditized. I think it's, there's a lot of talk of, so exposing absurdity or exposing hypocrisy. What's the point? Well, the point is that this is a relentless fight. They always talk about, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. But it doesn't bend towards justice by gravity. You have to bend it. And there's a bunch of people trying to bend it back. And you use every tool in your arsenal, and none of them will be, the one thing. There is no panacea. It takes, all those different things doing in Washington over these past few years gave me a great understanding of how things actually get done incrementally and sometimes in one fell swoop. But our country is held together by hundreds of really talented legislative aides. Their bosses, many times, are wind-up dolls who really don't know. I mean, half of it, if you go down there, especially the Senate, is like an assisted living facility. Like the intramural sports at the Senate. So, it's held together by these legislative aides that are relentlessly trying to do the right thing, and by the thousands of grassroots activists that are trying to get access. And they're blocked by a moat of lobbyists and moneyed interests that prevent the people in that building from doing the work that best benefits all the people outside of that building. And that's the process. So you have to use every tool you have to permeate that force field.
But presumably the people there who are Republicans, who are conservative Republicans, those aides think they're doing the right thing and they're trying to get across their...
Sure, but they're doing it, they're honest.
Okay, this part of the interview sucks, but from what I understand, this part of the interview is actually very good, where he spits a little bit. GOP resorts to culture wars because they're out of ideas is going to be a fucking classic Hasanabi style rant, I suspect.
When you watch Republicans campaign against Democrats, they don't campaign much on what they used to, which was, the Democrats were big spenders or whatever, It's all about critical race theory,
Sure.
and it's all this cancel culture stuff.
Yes, the biggest problem.
Why does it work, and what should Democrats do? Are they falling for a bait in doing this?
How would I respond to this? Probably in the exact same way that Jon Stewart is about to respond to this, which is that culture wars are the only thing, wedge issues are the only things that the Republicans have, because they recognize now that the actual advocacy for deregulation and the actual advocacy for underfunding our social safety nets is genuinely unpopular. The reason why it's genuinely unpopular is because it actually harms people. So they have to hit the culture war agenda over and over and over again to deflect away from the real problems. Okay? Why are you saying baited, hostile debate? What are you guys saying? Now, there was a delicate balance in the way that they used to hit the culture war button, and now they've actually gone a little too far, and that's why you're seeing a genuine electoral consequence for the Republican Party, because they are, like I said, a victim of their own success. Oh, because he said baiting. God, my chat is so... Doesn't matter what we're fucking talking about. It's just, we are so pepega on this fucking platform. Anyway, but that's it. That's the point. They have, if they openly talk about what their agenda is, which is like stopping poor people from getting access to a decent quality of life, or stopping corporations from having a profound amount of influence and control over things that would be otherwise like necessary for survival. Gatekeeping healthcare, things of that nature, which is what the Republicans and even the Democratic Party in unison collectively advocate for, whether openly or secretly, it doesn't matter. The outcome is still the same, right? They can't talk about that shit, so they have to talk about like new villains every day, LGBT, liberals, or a manifestation of liberalism in the form of like black people getting any kind of civil liberties or any kind of equality. All of those things, or woke culture, CRT. It's basically the same repackaged fascist propaganda that's been around, that gets recycled and reused in perpetuity. And they're doing that because it's a very, very good mechanism of control. It's very good and very successful in dividing the population and making it seem like there are genuine formative differences between the two bourgeois parties, which are operating at the behest of corporations and the mega wealthy. There is no genuine divide when it comes to military spending. There is no genuine divide between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. There's no serious, meaningful difference in opinion when it comes down to endless military spending, endless warfare, or doing something about corporate influence. Okay? But because of the way that Republicans constantly hit the reactionary culture war button, you can make up differences. Like, well, the Democratic Party don't want to melt gay people versus the Republican Party that wants to. You know what I mean?
Talking about these issues.
I don't know if they're falling for a bait, but I mean, I think, again, I don't even think half of the Republicans that do it even mean it. I think they think it works. Emotion. Right. What would you do if you were out of governing ideas? If you didn't know how to govern a country of this magnitude and a country of this diversity, and you basically are running on government is broken, and then when you get in office, you have to be terrible to prove the original premise. Like, it must be great to be able to do that. This government doesn't work, and by me not funding it and breaking it, see what I told you? Keep me in power. If you don't have ideas on governing, what do? Well, you do the purposeful distortion field that they create.
But it works,
and by the way,
right? Because it's emotional.
Does it work?
I don't know.
Who's the president?
Well, but
I mean, it doesn't necessarily work. It gets people upset. It gets them angry. It makes them fearful about threats and hyperbole, and makes them afraid of things that can't even really be defined, meanwhile ignoring so many issues that, like,
right, it's a kind of real appeal to a base that you stoke up. When Sarah Huckabee Sanders did the response to the State of the Union, I noticed she kept talking about.
Nobody cares about Sarah Huckabee Sanders. No one has ever watched a response to the State of the Union except for Fareed Zakaria. What the fuck?
CRT. She didn't even bother to spell it out. Because most people, I would assume most average Americans don't know what it is.
That's so washed. They're not even doing good propaganda anymore. They're so fucking washed, brother. They're literally just like repeating the same outrage cycle over and over again, hoping that it fucking sticks. They're on autopilot. It's not even working right now. Like, they're not even doing a good fucking job with the propaganda. It's crazy, brother. Didn't you watch her? No, I did not. I actually didn't even watch it. I did not even watch it because I was like, who cares? This sucks.
Purposeful. The guy who came up with that's purposeful. His plan is make everything CRT. And
yeah, he works with the fucking Manhattan Institute, and honestly, it was a failure. The whole like woke agenda CRT, let's talk about children's genitals nonstop, was Christopher Rufo at the Manhattan Institute, and he flubbed it. He is almost single-handedly the reason why the fucking red wave that was supposed to happen turned into a red puddle, okay? It literally fucking failed, okay? It failed. He dropped the bag big time. That's why you don't really hear from him that much. Turns out for a lot of people, they just don't even want to fucking, they don't want to constantly have the weirdest, creepiest, most unhinged, insane person at the parent-teachers conference be like the guy that the Republican Party is getting their opinions from, okay? It's the same as the abortion activists. You never want to come across like you're an unhinged religious zealot freakazoid, okay? That's what the abortion activists are. They're fucking smelly. They're fucking freaks. The anti-abortion ones I'm talking about, okay? They're like insane. They're unhinged. They're like standing outside of a fucking abortion clinic bullying 14-year-old girls that are going in there and like freaking out on them. They're psychos. You can't point to that person and be like, this is the face of our party now, because it's going to get a lot of people to go, oh, yuck. I don't want that. Does that make sense? I don't want that. That's gross. I don't like it. Ew. And that is basically what the Matt Walsh coalition looks like to a lot of people who are like, they're Satan in every corner. What? I just had the thought, not too much new propaganda or conspiracy theories since Russia invaded Ukraine. You think the war took resources from the troll farms? Brother, it's not Russia pushing this shit. We're doing it to ourselves. Russia does not have enough material power to cause this kind of like genuine problem in the United States of America. We do it to ourselves. They can like maybe tilt the scales a little bit, but you're crazy if you think it's like Russia that's like doing it. They can only push and pull. That's it. They can't create.
And by the way, all this diversity initiatives and CRT and all those other things are only there because we refuse to actually fix the real problem. The diversity and equity initiatives are a salve. They're to pacify and mollify because we won't actually do the real thing. We won't actually dismantle the vestiges of all the systemic racism and all the systemic classism and all the systemic gender issues. We won't actually dismantle that. But what we will do is you can have an office in the building, and every few months, we're going to have to sit and listen to you talk for like an hour. And so we're good, right? Like, it's a country that won't face...
That's a good take.
I'll explain it like the NFL, right? You know the Rooney Rule? The Rooney Rule in the NFL is...
because there's so few black coaches, you have to do lip service and you have to at least call up one black coach. Even I know this shit. God damn, dude. I mean, this is good. He's right. He's going to say that none of these are real solutions. The Republicans aren't even doing like real fascism and offering real solutions, even though technically there are still, significant harm being done to like the trans community because they're already hyper marginalized.
There are so few African American coaches. You have to at least interview like one of them. So that's the rule now. It's the thing you put in place instead of looking at the owner's box and realizing, oh, right, that's just the legacy of the economic segregation that's been in our country since its founding. So we're never going to deal with that. So here's what we are going to do. A diversity and equity initiative, we're going to have to talk to one black guy. So are we good? I think we're good. But that's what I'm trying to say is the thing that they're pointing at is the thing that's in place because we won't do the actual thing.
You sound like somebody who has a lot of anger and a lot of rage, and yet you're very funny. And
that's your takeaway, Fareed? God damn you. Yeah. I mean, I love that. Jon Stewart is a liberal, but like he is right about a lot of the things that he just mentioned. Everything he said was spitting, okay? Maybe with a little bit of too much of a lip sauce, right? And like the center right guy in that conversation turns around and goes, "Oh, you sound real angry." Like, yeah. If you're not angry, you're not paying attention. Like that's the difference. I love when centrist liberals constantly love being like, oh, well, if you're talking about all of the material inequalities that persist in American society, if you're talking about all of the historical oppression and its contemporary remnants very much harming, black and brown communities, working poor, all that sort of stuff, you're just angry. You're an angry guy. You seem just mad. Yeah, I am mad. It's like pretty fucked up. I think it's like messed up that we live like this when, and this is more importantly, when we have the capability of fixing it, but we don't want to do it because, and it seems impossible to do it because the people at the tippy top that have accumulated all the fucking wealth are making money off of it.
Like, how do you keep all that together? Like, there's a part of you that's very optimistic.
I'm very optimistic,
but you sound angry. I don't mean to sound like your therapist.
No, I understand. But wouldn't you? Why isn't everybody about real things? I mean, you want to be upset about real things, but isn't that what drives comedy? Or
this I agree with as well.
Is emotion, whether it's anger or joy or love or what are there other emotions? There's got to be more than that. Sadness probably is in there.
Envy.
Hate, envy. Okay. That says something there.
I was just filling in the gaps.
No, I understand. It's just top of mind. It was top of mind. These are, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch a state, you talked about Sarah Huckabee Sanders. It's hard to watch a state that's like 48th in, infant mortality and child poverty and literacy.
And won't
make a
take
big
Medicaid
deal about
dollars.
A trans girl that wants to play soccer that happens like once every 5 years there. Like, it's hard to not be angry about people that try and distract from the real things that people face with weaponized nonsense.
I get that. My point is, but then you also turn it into humor.
Sometimes. Sometimes I just turn it into anger. And then sometimes I just turn it into gummies. And late at night, I just take a bunch of those.
He just gets perked up off the gummy, though. Okay, so I'm not even going to cover this. What is digital blackface and why is it wrong when white people use it? Okay. This is, I'm not going to cover the actual, the actual like article itself, but the intention of the article, which, reach the desired outcome. Okay. I'll just say it like this. It was rage bait. It is exactly what that is. And it worked. It fucking worked. Okay. It is not a new article. It's like basically a carbon copy of fucking Teen Vote clicks from like 2015. It's an article from a bygone era. Here's Alex, friend of the show, Low and Option, correctly calling it out. He says 4.5 million views on this compared to 150K on everything else they post. 5,000 quote tweets, and half of them took longer to type than the article. This is how you do engagement bait. 8.1 million now. Stories about the tornado are lucky if they break 100K. The wokies at CNN are reeing right now. They hate when a story like this gets too much engagement. Yeah, just served up a big fat ratio to the Bozo News Network. Fucking got him. This is a cynical deployment of literally just the dumbest form of identity politics, okay? They are just doing bait. They're doing bait. Their goal is to get you to get angry. Their goal is to get a bunch of right-wing psychos to just talk about this and only this and nothing else, okay? That's it. It's idiotic. There's no basis in this. There's no material harm. There's no real black grievance being addressed. I don't care if like real black people, especially black academics or, people that write for theroot.com decide to make this like a genuine fucking problem, even though they usually won't even do that now. You know what I mean? This is like a 2015 era. Ultimately, no one cares about this shit. Okay? No one. You have to be motivated. You have to be motivated and conditioned. Okay? That's it. CNN is literally what an anti-SJW YouTuber does. Is embarrassing. It's just the opposite side. Okay? It's the opposite side of the fucking stupid, idiotic, nonsensical, unproductive SJW rage bait cycle. You can say mid-take, to be honest, all you fucking want, all day, every day. Okay? I don't care. Maybe because I'm white and privileged, but if you think that this is the foremost, most important, or even like a legitimate fucking struggle, if you think that this is a legitimate, if it's like causing material harm, you are fucking insane, okay? You are also privileged if you think that this is causing material harm. Nobody is talking about reparations. Every article like this moves away from reparations. The real conversation should be, in some meaningful capacity, talking about material restitution for all the harms that were done to black people in this fucking country. Okay? No, this isn't a rage bait. I'm switching this to a productive conversation. Okay? It is the exact opposite of what this rage bait is intended to do. The reason why this article exists is to get people angry about it and only talk about the boundaries that the article is setting. I'm moving, not even touching the article, and moving away from the boundaries of the article. Do you understand? That's it. That's it. There's no purpose that this solves. Okay? No purpose that this solves beyond just getting people to hyper-focus and laser in on Twitter shit. The article itself is Twitter shit. That's it. That's it. Just say you want to use the Rip Bozo, give us on. I don't give a fuck. Like, I have zero, and I mean zero fucking consideration. I have zero consideration for like the ethical nature of using the RIP Bozo GIF or anything like that. No, I don't care. Yeah. It was on BuzzFeed with the Hat Girl in 2015. This kind of stuff is really stupid. It's a byproduct of living in a multicultural society like the United States of America. This is always going to happen. There are real conversations to be had about culture vulturing and never offering material restitutions to black people for the culture that they've created. This is not even one of those things, okay? It's just so fucking stupid. It's so dumb. It's so incredibly fucking dumb. Shit like this pops off and people hyper focus on it every time shit like this pops off. Do you want to know why? Okay? Because just like every other marginalized group of this country, black people have no power. Okay? They have no power. So what do? Most black people don't give a shit about this, but the ones that do on Twitter will that take this seriously and like bring it up as a point of contention or as a discussion are doing it because they are powerless. Okay? They are also engaging in debate. They're powerless. They recognize that they recognize their powerlessness in the face of unchanging systems. So they turn around and talk about this and duke it out, make this be the most important point of contention or even a point of contention at all. Okay? Is there a reason you've been in such a bad mood lately? I haven't. I was in a fucking great mood. I've been in a great mood. I'm in a much better mood today than I normally would be. You can't tell black people what is or isn't a point of contention though. Yes, I can. I am literally a political commentator. I have black members in this community and I tell them shit all the time. Okay? Yes, I can. And I will keep doing it. I don't care. Okay? I don't care. It's the same argument over and over again. You can't tell trans people whether or not boycotting Hogwarts Legacy is an effective fucking form of protest. No, I can, and I'm going to keep doing it. And there is literally nothing you can do about it. Okay? But here's one thing you can do about it. Understand, try to internalize what I'm saying. Try to understand whether or not I'm coming at this from a place of honesty. Okay? Instead of some other nefarious purpose. Instead of immediately cynically trying to figure out why I'm taking this position, okay? And maybe even making up assertions like, oh, he just wants to use black gifts and move on. Oh, he's another privileged white guy who doesn't care about black people's issues. And make yourself feel like you're in the right. Instead of doing that and then hitting me with the standpoint theory bullshit, like, oh my God, well, my lived experience shows that I've been genuinely oppressed by this kind of thing, okay? Instead of doing all that, just think for a brief moment, be a little charitable, okay? Be a little charitable, right? Yes, I recognize my privilege. I recognize it all the fucking time. I talk about it all the fucking time. I oftentimes will have a little bit of a blind spot in terms of things like this. But if you personally think that this is like anything remotely important, remotely significant, you're crazy. Well, if a white man says no one should care about this, then I as a black person can just go fuck myself, I guess. You're bringing this up because you immediately see the same cycle of oppression play out in front of you. This seems like another moment, right, where a white person is telling you how you should feel. Sometimes that white person is right. This is that moment, okay? It's not like I'm telling you that it's not like a hate crime happened and I'm telling you to fucking look away, okay? Stop. I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can be upset about police violence against black people and digital blackface. No, digital blackface is when a white person uses like black culture in a predatory fashion to make other people believe that they're black. Digital blackface is that, okay? It's not fucking responding with like a Beyonce gift, like a annoying liberal wine mom, which is cringe in and of itself, but who cares? Okay? That's it. There is no material harm being caused by that. Please stop. You can't tell black people what is or isn't a point of contention, though. Yes, you can, but you shouldn't. Yes, I will. I will continue doing that. I'm literally a political commentator. I oftentimes butt heads. Okay? I oftentimes butt heads with certain members from marginalized communities that I am talking about. Okay? And now your white chat is laughing at this person. Stop. There are black chatters that are also laughing at this person. The community is laughing at this person because it is a laughable notion. Okay? It is a laughable concept. That's it. If it's not a real problem, then why do I cover it? Because it goes against solidarity and movement building. This is something that I talk about quite frequently. Why? Hyper-focusing on idiotic, nonsensical problems when very real problems exist, when we're trying to make an argument as to building a class-conscious movement that works towards trying to create any kind of material restitution for marginalized communities, and then hyper-focusing on idiotic sectarian infighting on racial boundaries created by fucking liberals is at the heart of eviscerating any kind of leftist momentum. So of course I'm going to cover it. I'm talking about both media literacy. I'm talking about the nefarious purpose why these kinds of tools and tactics are deployed from the media. Oftentimes I will give you historical reference to the CIA literally adopting these techniques that we do to ourselves nowadays. Anyway, but go ahead. Go ahead. It works. This kind of moral grandstanding, this kind of weird, nonsensical bullshit that causes zero material harm whatsoever is, as a black person, I refuse a multitasking argument. I can speak out against real harm against our community and also stupid shit like this. No, you can't. You're hyper-fixating on it, and it only allows some leftists to farm likes at best. General interference with organizations and production. Talk as frequently as possible and at great length. Bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible. Haggle over precise wordings. Refer back to matters decided upon at the last meeting and attempt to reopen the question and advisability of that decision. This is literally this. I can't tell if this is a fucking gray name chatter protocol list or if it's a list from back when the FBI would infiltrate, revolutionary movements and revolutionary groupings specifically. CSA does CIA shit on a daily basis to itself. Exactly. Anyway, this is a CIA checklist for how to destabilize an organization, for the record. Just to be clear, you have banned emotes that have been used in racist ways just so chatters know.
Mods, can someone with Nightbot access ban Come On Bruh? If I see this...
Triggered. 4 years ago, I made the decision to ban a bunch of the black emotes that are utilized on this platform because of the way that chats used to fucking utilize them. Okay. And at the time, people were making fun of me, saying I'm triggered for this.
Fucking emote one more time in my goddamn chat, dude. And Trihex too, and Tryhard too. I'm banning them. You fucked up. Tryhard and Come On Bruh is gone. You fucking idiots. You absolute fucking morons. God damn it, I hate you so much when you do this shit, chat. I hate it so fucking much. You're like 12 years old. Oh, he said Nicaragua. It sounds like that bad word.
Yeah. And it still happens in a lot of other places, okay? Like, but you know, I have taken the effort.
It sounds like that bad word. Fucking idiots, dude. Holy shit.
Anyway, then please, brother, please, within the context, stop reacting to privileged people eating privileged menus whilst comparing to 7-Elevens. Wait, what? Okay, take a week off for that brain-broken take. I cover a variety of different topics, and I react to a bunch of different dumb shit, okay? I look at, like, TikToks of sexy ladies, too, from time to time. Like, this is, you know, I do variety content. You're fucking insane if you think that, like, if you thought that was a good place... if you thought that was a good place to bring this shit up while I'm in the middle of talking about some fucking, like, you know, serious subject matter, then I don't know what to tell you. Racists using black memes in the same way, no ban for them? What do you mean? Don't allow racism in this community. So, I don't know what to tell you. Anyway. Yeah. It was banned because it was racist dog whistling, not because those emotes are racist on their own. The problem isn't the emote, it's the people utilizing it. Exactly. For racist reasons and for racist purpose. A lot of you have never been in communities like that, so you have no fucking idea. A lot of you were not even on Twitch at the time, so you have no fucking idea. Anyway, it's just so stupid. And everybody fucking made fun of me at the time. But hey, that's precisely the reason why B Grimes is an 18-month subscriber and takes for granted these kind of protections that are obviously understandable and expected. But, you know, that should also allow you to be a little bit more charitable when I'm talking about issues that pertain to nonsensical bullshit, rage bait derived by liberal-ass CNN. Like, don't take the bait, hook, line, and sinker. That's it. Don't take the bait, hook, line, and sinker. You should at least have instilled a little bit of fucking trust in me over the course of many, many years that you've been here to know that, like, you know, I have a lot of care and consideration for these sorts of things. I'm not trying to get timed out again, but that is literally the same convo I was only trying to bring up. No, it's not the same convo. That is the entire point. If that was the exact same convo, we would fucking literally ban the multitude of different black GIFs and emotes that we have that we utilize on a daily basis in the chat. Okay? Whether it be AAVE, like ain't no way, which is utilized super fucking super commonly, or RIP Bozo, or you know what I mean? Like there are a million different examples of this, okay? It's just so stupid to have this issue be brought up in this kind of space. Or yeah, Dono Wall, LeBron Jam, Drake, and numerous others. Okay. Do not come. And if it was utilized in a racist way, that we would ban it. That's it. Also, black culture is monumental for American culture. Black culture is literally everything. It is damn near the entirety of American culture. Every part of American culture that is not rooted within racism is rooted within black culture. That's it. Anyway, the reason why I talked about this, though, is because it is weaponized and deployed by liberals and reactionaries alike in an effort to cause division. I saw a tweet the other day talking about how I guess I like jokingly talked about woke segregation or something, and another person was responding to it being like, "Oh no, Hasan came out as a fascist a long time ago." True. Yeah, I'm a fucking fascist. I am a bit of a food fascist. That part is true. I've literally seen some leftists call you a reactionary. Yes. The reality is you would fucking perish. Your worldview is not habitable. It's also rooted within delusion. If you look to someone like myself and consider me to be a reactionary in any meaningful capacity, if you look to someone like myself who has been advocating for the same fucking things for 10 goddamn years on the internet and consider me to be in any way, shape, or form, right wing, I don't know, you're just delusional.
So, in many,
we're done with this. We're done with Jon Stewart. All right, time to talk about Israel. Speaking of fascism. Okay. While I simultaneously try and once again order a salad for myself because it got canceled last time I ordered it. Yeah, sample sabotage field manual strategic services.
Again, with the breaking news from Israel, with the deepening turmoil there over Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's move to limit the independence of the country's Supreme Court. Weeks and weeks of protests have led to this. You're looking at the scene outside the Israeli legislature. That's the Knesset in Jerusalem. And a new wave of protest erupted yesterday after the defense minister there was fired for calling for a delay in this plan until after Easter and Passover. This morning, labor unions called for a general strike, and the protests may have actually forced Netanyahu and his right-wing government to reconsider, or at least consider a pause. Charlie D'Agata is following this story from London. Charlie, good morning.
Good morning to you, Tony. Israel is bracing for further protests today, and the prime minister is facing the greatest threat yet to his coalition government. There are now reports that you mentioned he may halt that overhaul following a long night of nationwide demonstrations. Organizer.
This is pretty fucking wild. I mean, it's wild. Obviously, you can't have a conversation about Israel and internal politics within Israel without having a conversation about Israeli apartheid state conditions imposed upon the Palestinian population, which they control over land that they stole. The two go hand in hand, and it fits in this conversation as well. Okay, but if I were to, for a second, try to look at this as though Israel was not a violent theocratic ethno state with that is built on top of Palestinian graves, it's obviously going to happen in the way that it has. Bibi Netanyahu is incredibly corrupt and has not single-handedly but has very deliberately made Israel even more right-wing. It's interesting to considering that, the Israeli nation building project is an inherently reactionary one that was created by colonialists that had no say, or should have had no say whatsoever on what gets divvied up to who in that land. But having said that, Netanyahu has been also uniquely right-wing, okay? And over the course of the past couple of decades, it has gotten to a point where the domestic politics of Israel that do not pertain to the Arab Israelis or the non-Israeli citizen Palestinians that also have to cohabitate these spaces, which they are, systemically discriminated from cohabitating. It's become so right-wing that even the liberals in Israel, which oftentimes have really reactionary perspectives as it pertains to like dealing with Arab Israelis or even, Palestinians in general, are very upset at the right-wing government. Why am I consistently talking about Palestinians in this conversation? Because that is the division that they utilize. Just like the right wing, if I were to talk about a comparison for Americans and American Jews that have maybe heard about Israel from their parents or whatever, it's a decent comparison to mention, even though it's not 100% analogous. But the right wing in America routinely weaponizes anti-black sentiment. Okay? The systems itself are obviously very much not in favor of black liberation. It's designed in that way. So that much is permanent. Okay? And the right-wing Israeli government weaponizes Palestinian existence in that exact same way. Of course, no matter what happens, obviously, if you were to make a comparison to like the existence currently of Palestinians on Palestinian soil, if you were to make a comparison to black people living in U.S. soil, that would be, I hate that we're doing oppression Olympics almost, but that would be more favorable. Okay? This does not undermine contemporary black existence in America, but the reality is that's how devastating it is for Palestinians and their everyday existence. Not having water supply, having all matter of their existence controlled by an apartheid state that is incredibly violent towards them. It's more akin to Jim Crow. Yes, that is only if we're talking about, it's in some ways, Jim Crow would be again, more favorable position for the Palestinians if there was like full-blown integration from where they're at right now. There are things that happen in Israeli occupied territory that would not have happened in even in the Jim Crow South. Okay? Like that is how devastating that existence is. And this is before we even talk about Gaza. Gaza is an open air prison. Okay? Gaza is an open air prison. It's the largest open air prison on the planet. It gets routinely bombed. There's no comparison to it currently on the planet. More akin to indigenous genocide. On the one hand, I'm glad to see many Israelis protesting their far-right governments that tend to turn Israel into a dictatorship. On the other hand, I wonder where all the protests were over West Bank Palestinians living under Israeli dictatorship for over 50 years. The Israeli dictatorship now, domestically speaking, is trying to undermine the Israeli Supreme Court. That's what's going on. For those of you who are not caught up on why these protests are happening in Israel, it's because since this formation of the Netanyahu government, which featured some of the most insanely far-right, some of the most insanely fucking far-right members that were considered terrorists by the Israeli government originally, like Ben Gvir, okay? Netanyahu has united literally some of the most reactionary, fascist, supremacist terrorists in his coalition. Part of their goal was to basically undermine the Supreme Court to ensure that they can get away with like whatever kind of legislation they want to get away with. Some of these guys are like anti-LGBT. Some of these guys are anti-miscegenation. A lot of these guys are anti-miscegenation. The Kahanas were considered terrorists even by U.S. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And now, the defense minister spoke out against it and was immediately fired. And you got the police chief and all these other Israelis like immediately creating, mobilizing and creating a mass movement in Israel, which led to the Netanyahu government. Miscegenation is race mixing. Yes. Are there Israeli activists fighting for Palestine? Of course there are. There are. There are plenty of also American Jews that are fighting for Palestinian rights and Palestinian liberation. And there are, of course, Israeli activists that are fighting for Palestinian rights and liberation as well. The unfortunate problem is that it's not as commonplace and it's not as popular a movement. Even within the ranks of the Israeli left, it's what I would liken it to is basically like America's existing imperialist affairs in both Iraq, Afghanistan, and numerous parts of the Middle East, and the supposed leftists in America that are left-wing for every other purpose with the exception of America's war on the global south. That's it. It's damn near identical. Okay? It is very, very far right with its treatment of Palestinians. It's incredibly reactionary. One of the most reactionary formations. Here's Noam Chomsky talking about what's going on in Israel.
It's an apartheid. I've never called it apartheid because it's worse than apartheid. South Africa depended on its black population.
I've heard Noam Chomsky say this before.
85% of the population. They were the workforce. They needed them. South Africa tried actually to get the Bantustans to be recognized, try to make them look viable. Israel doesn't do that with the Palestinians in the occupied territories. It just wants to get rid of them.
Yeah. I love it. As soon as Noam Chomsky comes up, what's the genocide that Noam Chomsky denies for some inexplicable reason? Like, suck my fucking dick, dude. Seriously. You didn't even hear anything he said. You just immediately saw Noam Chomsky and went to the fucking talking points. I absolutely love that shit, dude. Love it. Like, there is no one. No one can ever fucking speak out against, like, the mainstream narrative, especially as it pertains to anything about our allies or about our sister nation state of Israel or America's allies or countries that are doing countries that are doing the goal united, aligned with the United States of America. If it's on board, if it's our foreign policy, you cannot ever speak out against it. If you ever speak out against it, people will literally constantly weaponize anything and everything in the most cynical, deploy it in the most cynical capacity. Okay? It is so fucking stupid. I think it's a way lower percentage of the comparison you made about leftist Americans speaking out against the war. Yes, because there's never going to be a one-to-one comparison because it's literally both like the treatment of black people in the Jim Crow South while also simultaneously active war against them. And not in the way that like there have been firebombing campaigns in like, fucking Philadelphia in 1985 or the bombing of Black Wall Street in Tulsa. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking like literally everyday existence. If everyday existence was like Tulsa, non-fucking stop. It's like Jim Crow and Trail of Tears all together. Exactly. It's like it's difficult to talk about this because it's it's so complex. Stop lying. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm lying. As an Israeli, I will say we are brainwashed since birth. I think all Arabs around us, with no exception, want to demolish all of us because we are Jewish. So that's why so many Israelis think they save us when they go to the IDF or bomb Gaza, etc. Yes, it's incredibly powerful propaganda from birth. Okay, it's also tied to a very real and understandable fear that is existential about ethnic cleansing of Jews. Because of the history of Judaism, because of the history of Jewish people throughout society being constantly and consistently blamed for all of society's problems, okay? Whether it be pogroms or whether it be, obviously, the Holocaust, there is a very real existential fear that is taught and also it's learned from and it's an understandable one too, it is learned from an early age. And it is being very cynically weaponized by those in positions of power in the Israeli government. Okay? That's what makes it the most effective kind of propaganda. Does that make sense? Because there's truth to it.
We begin today's show looking at the growing political crisis in Israel. Workers across Israel are taking part in a general strike today to protest plans by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to disempower Israel's judiciary.
I know
Critics
you
say
read
the
my
moves
last
could
chat.
turn Israel into a dictatorship.
Oh, fuck you. My biggest fear as a Jew is the top of the hour ad break. Oh, good job. Okay, well, we're going to listen to wonderful Amy Goodman, my queen, talk about Israel and Palestine and the Israeli protests intensifying over Netanyahu's government weakening judiciary as Palestinian rights are ignored. Obviously, if you no longer want to see those ads, you can ignore them. You can watch them. They're 3 minutes long. Or you can ignore them successfully by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account through Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Are you pro-Palestine? Yes, of course I am pro-Palestine. What the fuck kind of take is that? Anyway. What do you think is more likely? Palestinians getting their land back or a Kurdish nation state? An independent Kurdish state? Independent Kurdish state would be helpful to American interests in the region. And it would be literally created by the Americans in general. It would be a puppet state. So, yes, it would be, the independent Kurdish state would be infinitely more likely than Palestinians getting their land back. That still doesn't change the reality, though, that even that is unlikely because Turkey would freak the fuck out. Every other nation state would freak the fuck out in the region because you got to cut it from other countries' lands. And America doesn't have that level of like imperial control. Like they have it over Iraq, and they did a northern Iraq as like a Kurdish formation. Anyway, I forgot to run the ad break here. I'm going to run it now. Do you support a two-state solution? No, I'm a one-stater. I used to be a two-stater. I think that the two-state solution is like 100% just the two-state solution is just, it's laughable. People have been using it and cynically deploying it like fucking talking about police reform. That's what I liken it to. Now, of course, the unfortunate consequence is that, like, it's infinitely, I mean, it's even more impossible. Okay? It's even more impossible to have a one-state solution. It's impossible to have a two-state solution either. But, yes, a one-state solution with reparations afforded to Palestinian people for all of the crimes that they were subjected to, offering land back, viable land back to Palestinian citizens that the land was stolen from, and then having a one nation side by side, which would be impossible to do without like a genuine international, serious international interference. Your average Israeli's greatest fear is the single-state solution. They're terrified of demographic shifts? Yes, absolutely. I know. Jewish 22-year-old trying to learn more about Israel-Palestine from a non-propaganda view. Can you explain what you mean by Palestinians getting their land back? Thanks. Yes. In 1948, there was a thing called the Nakba. This was the most important, leading up to that moment, it was just mostly just immigration into the region from, British colonists, okay? But what that was basically the Great Purge. During the process, there was a lot of land that was either A, stolen, or B, bought by developers and people who held on to a lot of Palestinian land that was given to Jewish settlers, okay? What is basically happening in Jerusalem was happening in Palestine as a whole. That was the Israeli nation development project from the jump. That is also part of the reason why Israel has always consistently turned a blind eye to the atrocities of settler terrorism in areas that they are not supposed to be in, okay? And over the course of the multiple decades that the Netanyahu government has been in operation, they have turned a blind eye and then excused and then supported and single-handedly defended and offered material help to the settler terrorism, the atrocities of settler terrorism. Okay? I got to do something real quick.
The strike has shut down Israel's two main seaports. Flights have been suspended at Israel's Ben Gurion airport. The strike has also shut down schools, banks, and other institutions. Over the weekend, hundreds of thousands of Israelis took part in protests. Many blocked roads and highways, shutting down large parts of the country.
IP is a multi-generational Israel-Palestine is a multi-generational historic divide. I highly doubt a single-state solution could work, at least for a few more generations, even if the reconciliation process began today. Oh, I 100% agree with that. That's why I didn't say that it's like an immediate and effective and tomorrow solution. I just think it's the just solution. What is just and what is probable are two entirely different things in the world that we live in today. I know that, for example, socialism is more just. It is more moral as far as economic organizations of society goes. Do I believe that socialism will happen tomorrow? Absolutely not. Do I believe that I will ever see anything that is like even close to teetering on the edge of socialism? Absolutely not. Will I stop advocating for it? No, of course not.
On Sunday, Prime Minister Netanyahu fired his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, who had warned that plans to overhaul the judiciary posed a, quote, clear, immediate, and tangible threat to the security of the state. These are the voices of some of the protesters in Tel Aviv this weekend.
Soldiers from the Yom Kippur War. This is an emergency time for the democracy of Israel, and we're all here to fight for the liberal democracy and our rights in the Jewish state, which was established 75 years ago.
A central aspect of the ongoing Nakba is the systematic, ongoing, and arbitrary forced displacement of Palestinians, including what has been described as the ghettoization of the Palestinian population through transfers, confiscation of land, and the concentration and confinement of as many as possible of those remaining in the smallest possible areas of land. Yes. Absolutely. and it's ongoing. It was formational, it was foundational, it was important for the development of the Israeli nation state, and it is continuing to this very day. Which is part of the reason why it's a weird thing to discuss with Israeli citizens, because they have to come to terms with the way that their nation state was built. It's like trying to have a conversation with Americans about the way that the American nation state was built on genocide of indigenous populations and slavery. Okay? What are the protesters protesting specifically? They are not protesting about Palestinians. They are not. This has nothing to do with Palestinians. This is internal conflict within Israel. Okay? This is simply about the Netanyahu government trying to create more power for themselves by undermining the judiciary, undermining the Supreme Court. That's it. As an Israeli, I think you are spreading a lot of misinformation. You keep mentioning how corrupt Netanyahu is and how much of a scumbag he is, but you seem to forget how much worse it is that you play Disco Elysium off stream. Okay, come on, man.
We all have.
No, the worst thing Netanyahu has represented is Philadelphia, okay? Let's be real. That is a permanent L on the apartheid state of Israel, okay? The fact that you can't get rid of a fucking Philadelphia scumbag, okay? Yeah, that's right. Netanyahu is from Philly, okay? Go Birds. Wait, really? Yes, bro. Yes, really. Why do you think he has like a Philly accent when he talks to American media? Where do you think that comes from? Like, yeah, it's very great. I love having my job once again. It's awesome. Now you lying? No, he code switches, bro. Are you kidding me? No, he did. Bro, he grew up in Philadelphia. It's not a lie. What the fuck are you talking about? Supreme Court is definitely a problem in Israel. The timing this conversation was ignited in us is very suspicious. What do you mean?
To fight for our rights because of the plans of Benjamin Netanyahu that want to turn this nation into a dictatorship.
What we're doing here tonight is protesting against the government wants to get all the power to itself and take all the rights from our citizens. And this is why we're here, fighting for our democracy.
As hundreds of thousands of Israelis call for preserving democracy in Israel, few are demanding democratic rights for all Palestinians in these protests. We go now to Tel Aviv, where we're joined by Hagai Matar, Executive Director of Plus 972 magazine. Hagai, thank you so much for joining us. There's so much happening and so quickly changing in the streets right now of Israel. Talk about the significance of the mass protest and the firing, Netanyahu's firing of the defense minister.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you for having me. This is truly an unprecedented moment, and unprecedented is an understatement. We've never seen such a massive, powerful, committed protest movement in Israeli history. There's really been nothing even to compare it to. Right now, people are demonstrating throughout the country. People are blocking main roads and seaports and so on, with the unions just joining today. I think it's interesting to note, and not a coincidence, speaking of Palestinians, that the reason that kind of really pushed the unions to join, the universities and others, kind of the larger institutions to join the protest movement, is the firing of the defense minister, who said that the steps Netanyahu is taking is threatening Israel's defense. That is still kind of the rallying message for many Israelis for this protest movement. And while the chants are for democracy and for equality, it still feels like for many people it is an internal Jewish conversation. At the same time, I have to say it's incredible and very inspiring to see such a force of people coming out and trying to defend democracy, albeit limited and only for Jews, which is, of course, no democracy at all. But still, the power of it is truly incredible.
So Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister who resigned, it's not as if he didn't support weakening the judiciary as Netanyahu is pushing it through, but explain what he objected to. Also, the consul general, the Israeli consul general here in New York just resigned.
Yes, the Israeli consul general is liberal from the left. He's kind of a remnant from the previous government, and the fact that he stayed this long is surprising. But for Yoav Gallant, he's really a hawk. He's also a war criminal. He was the responsible general for the war crimes of the cast-led operation in Gaza in 2009. He is no defender of democracy in any way. The only reason he decided to step up against Netanyahu was that the army is basically collapsing. The central and most important units that sustain Israel's Air Force and intelligence corps are basically filled with thousands of people who are saying that they will refuse to continue service or their reserve service if the legal...
What are your thoughts on Arab countries normalizing relations with Israel? They're Gulf states, dude. What do you mean? They're like literally fucking... Brother, Gulf states have almost always historically been led by fucking dipshit ass idiots who are dogs to America anyway, and they bark as loudly as America wants them to bark. They want weapons, they want favorable deals. That's it. That's just how it is. That's how it has always worked. So them being on board. Them being on board and like normalizing relations with Israel is meaningless. Why is Netanyahu doing this politically? It's a bomb. Whatever legacy he has is ruined. Trash country of Israel. Trash country of Israel moving towards more apartheid state. He has everything to lose. Is he, in condescending Hasanabi, was brain broken? Yeah, he said Morocco is not a Gulf state. Okay, Morocco as well. Is that fine? It doesn't matter. Like there are trade partnerships at play. That's it. That's the only reason that these places make these kinds of normalization agreements. It is ultimately it's just for political posturing internally in the United States of America to make people like Jared Kushner look like they're doing a fucking good job. Okay?
Overhaul goes through. So Gallant, as a former general and a defense minister, says we cannot sustain Israel's defense without an army. The army is collapsing because of these reforms. It's not that I don't support them. We just don't have an army left. So that's where Gallant is coming from. And when Netanyahu's response is not, okay, I'm listening, but actually I'm going to fire you just because you disagree with me, that was kind of the last straw that pushed the unions and other major players into the game.
You say he should have been fired, but he was fired for the wrong reasons, Hagai.
The entire government should be fired, but it's there, and everybody there are playing some part.
Bro, I'm literally talking about fucking what's going on in Israel and Palestine, and dumb motherfuckers in the chat are like, "Yo, Aiden Ross tweeted at you from his." Oh, I don't care, bro. I don't care. Nobody gives a fuck, dude. We're talking about something serious right now. The adults are fucking having a conversation about adult shit, okay?
Part in different kinds of war crimes, and he is being fired for the wrong reasons, yes.
So explain what's happening in the West Bank and Gaza right now. I mean, you have this unprecedented mass protest, Histadrut, the unions demanding change and the stopping of what's happening. But how has life changed in the West Bank and Gaza?
So Gaza has been very much the same, under the same siege for over 15 years now. Just the same situation, which actually means people's lives continuously deteriorating, but not in any very substantially different way now than they were 1, 2, or 5 years ago. Meanwhile, in the West Bank, we have seen Israel over the past year and a half escalating measures of annexation, of plans for ethnic cleansing, of attacks on Palestinians, which has led to more and more resistance on the side of Palestinians, with the Palestinian Authority basically losing control of entire parts of the West Bank and militants stepping up their attacks on Israelis. And that also has been ongoing since even the previous government and is ongoing and escalating these very days. I think Palestinians also in many ways are just looking at what's happening inside of Israel and waiting to see what plays out and where this is going. This government, which was seen as a stable far-right government with very dangerous plans for Palestinians, might collapse within a matter of days. So Palestinians now just started.
Yeah, literally, like the far-right government formation in Israel was so damaging and devastating to Palestinian existence, more so than prior formations, which was already fucking a threat to the existence of Palestinians. That, like, it's just, like, there's nothing you could do in this situation. You just, like, sit back and watch, Israelis protest the far-right government. The reason why Israelis are protesting the far-right government is because it's becoming more authoritarian towards Israelis. Understand that. They're not protesting because, like, the government has been too authoritarian towards Palestinians. If anything, it's similar to the treatment of Kurds in the Erdogan regime, okay? Anytime some shit pops off internally for domestic reasons, whether it be a corruption charge that is truly never going to get prosecuted, whether it be anything, Erdogan will go and squeeze the Kurdish populations and cause them to retaliate, and then basically do everything he can to squash that retaliation in the most violent way possible, because it galvanizes everyone. It's a played out tactic. Okay? But it's a very effective one. Israel does the same to Palestinians. The unfortunate reality is that for a lot of people, due to social conditioning, a lot of people in Israel, there is no consideration for Palestinian people as human beings. They are just seen as an aberration. They are seen as people who are, by existing in the same land that they have existed for many, many, many generations, they are a threat to the safety and security of Israel. That is the number one way of thinking about Palestinians in Israel. Okay? So right now, they can't even hit the let's fucking eviscerate and ethnically cleanse the Palestinians button, because they hit it so much, it's not working anymore. Because there are a lot of liberal citizens of Israel who otherwise, in other circumstances, might have genuinely been like, yeah, you're right, actually, Palestinians are the real problem, let's focus on that, okay, are now looking at directly the Israeli government going, no, fuck this shit, dude, what are you doing? Like, you know, you have people who are anti-race mixing. You have people who are insanely illiberal, that are anti-LGBT, okay, harming Israeli citizens' existence, threatening their existence in this, you know, theocratic ethno-state. I think you give the liberals too much credit. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I'm not giving them too much credit at all. I'm telling you how it is. It's not because, like, they're worried about Palestinians one way or the other. They're worried about their own existence. That's it. I'm criticizing them from that front because they don't even fucking realize that, like, the mistreatment and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and displacement, systemic displacement of Palestinians, is playing a role in basically solidifying the far right reactionary fascist government. They are used as a weapon Their mistreatment is utilized as a weapon, is deployed anytime Netanyahu wants to shut everyone the fuck up. That's it.
The holy month of Ramadan, always a very strenuous time, are basically looking to see where things are going at this moment.
I mean, the parallels with the United States between Netanyahu and Trump, both are under investigation. Netanyahu has been indicted for corruption. Trump is about, it looks like, to be indicted. And both trying to now completely going after the judiciary. In fact, if these judicial changes went through, wouldn't that also benefit Netanyahu personally?
Okay, so this is too liberal of a take. Netanyahu is a more successful fascist than Donald Trump, and is ideologically motivated by fascism more than Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is motivated by self-preservation. Netanyahu is motivated by self-preservation as well, but he has an underlying ideological reason for doing the things that he does. Okay? That's number one. Number two, the United States Supreme Court is already effectively in the hands of hyper capitalists that are going to do whatever the fuck they can, that are going to basically turn a blind eye to criminal oppressive hierarchies, that are going to allow child slavery to continue, all that sort of shit. Whereas the Supreme Court, as far as it goes in Israel, for Israelis, okay, Israeli Jews and Israelis in general, not Arab Israelis, but specifically Israelis, okay, non-Arab Israelis, is seen as a safeguard for protecting civil society. Okay? You laugh when I say Arab Israelis, but this is an important distinction to make. What the fuck are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about when I say Arab Israelis. Come on, shut the fuck up. First of all, you're Lebanese, okay? See yourself out of these matters if you're going to have this kind of perspective. That's a very important distinction to make, because Arab Israelis also face a different kind of discrimination within Israel. Okay? Arab Israelis are kind of living in like the racist South in modern America, a little bit worse than that. Okay? Whereas Arab Palestinians living in Gaza are living in conditions that is like open world prison. Okay? There are different forms of oppression that each individual group faces. 60% of Israeli Jews favor the forced expulsion of Arabs and Arab Israelis from all of Israel, according to Pew surveys. Yeah, it's very reactionary. What's this Lebanese hate, bro? No, there's no Lebanese hate. I'm just making fun of our Lebanese chatter who's chiming in when I'm talking about an important distinction here. Anyway, it's an important distinction, and yet I think the Supreme Court is a safeguard for them as well, to a certain degree. But ultimately, the Supreme Court is seen as a way to prevent further erosion of civil liberties for Israelis in general. Okay? That's it. Do you understand? This is the reason why people are very upset.
Yes, of course. And that is his own personal motivation. There's kind of a cluster of motivations for this attack on the judicial system, and Netanyahu's personal and some other ministers' personal interests for their indictments for corruption are one element. The other elements are plans from the religious parties to promote a clerical agenda, a very extreme agenda of Jewish religion taking over the somewhat secular nature of the country, and plans for forced annexation and forced deportation of Palestinians. All these things are things that the judicial system, which has not been an ally to Palestinians in any way or a defender of human rights in any way, has put in place some checks and balances, and those are the checks and balances around corruption, religion, and annexation that they're trying to dismantle right now. The difference, by the way, between Israel and the U.S. is that Israel doesn't have a constitution and doesn't have any mechanisms to stop this from happening, except from the power of the people that are out in the streets.
And what would happen if the government did collapse? I mean, every hour it's being said that Netanyahu is about to address the nation, though he hasn't.
We are hearing that Netanyahu is very likely in the coming few hours to actually announce a halt to the reforms. He understands that he cannot move forward, that the power against him is greater than he's ever seen before internally. So he will announce a halt most likely. And then the question is what happens next? Will he succeed to still take charge of his government? His coalition is falling apart with the far right saying, if you're stopping the reform, we're going to leave. So it's likely that the coalition will collapse. And then what comes next? The highest chances are for a new sort of coalition between the right and the center, in which they will kind of aim to create a government of healing, so-called, and try to offer some protections to the judicial system and stem the far right, but also protect the essential nature of the state as an apartheid state. That will be kind of off the table, off negotiations. I think the protest movement will accept that. The protest movement will accept that warmly. I think there are questions as to what degree will Palestinians accept that, and to what degree will international allies of Israel that have been very, very concerned with what's been happening, including international finance and big capital that has been pulling away money, divesting from the Israeli economy, to what degree will it be willing to reinvest and re-engage with Israel?
Bro, we'll get to it, okay? Can you fucking calm down? Like, are you okay? Nashville school shooter is trans. Uh-oh. Nashville school shooter confirmed trans woman. Trans shooter alert. Are you okay? You all right, dude? Like, you good?
Without some process with Palestinians, without Israel adopting equality and an end to apartheid as a policy, if the international community accepts Israel under these conditions of yes to apartheid, no to the judicial reform, that will mean that the system will stay basically...
The shooter is transmitted his 8-year-old babe, but the Hogs will fall for it? No, NBC actually confirmed. NBC News, it's still early reports, and there's always misinformation that gets passed along in the situation. So we have to wait. Stop doing this fucking dumb shit. Stop. Take an hour off. I don't even want to fucking see it. That's not what I'm talking about. No. Here. This is why they're saying it. Okay? The shooter was identified as Audrey Hale, 28, of Nashville, according to the chief, who said she identifies as transgender. That's why they're saying it. I think Audrey Hale was a trans man, possibly. Okay? That's it. There might even be a manifesto. We will get to it when we get to it. We will, of course, cover the news as it comes in. Right now, I'm covering something else, okay? As always, whenever there is breaking news, there's a lot of people who fucking turn around and spread information, okay? Whether it be to deliberately spread misinformation or whether it be to cover the news as quickly as possible with genuine needs, okay? This is why I always say we don't have enough information. We don't know. Just like when Matt Walsh was making this inference earlier today, I said that could be the case. But we don't know at this moment. And even if it was the case, it still doesn't change anything. Okay? Anyway, let's continue with what is going on in Israel.
As is, we can only hope and demand.
Yes, we do. The police just confirmed it. Oh my God, I am going to literally take Aiden Ross's alt account rope suggestion right now because of how fucking purposely obtuse or delusional people are. I just pulled a news article that showed, yes, that currently as it stands, that's what the NBC News report is saying. I'm simply stating that it's irrelevant to the point of conversation about gun regulation and gun control. And not only that, but it's irrelevant in this moment because we're covering news about Israel. Okay? Shut the fuck up. We will get to it after.
And that international players hold Israel to account also on apartheid and not only on the recent measures.
Hagai Matar, I want to thank you for being with us, Executive Director of Plus 972 Magazine, speaking to us from Tel Aviv.
Anyway.
Called for a night of chaos, and demonstrators by the tens of thousands delivered. Protesters poured onto the streets of Tel Aviv, taking over the main highway, shouting, "Israel is not a dictatorship."
I mean, this is like kind of laughable to say. Like, let's be real. It 100% is a dictatorship when you consider its treatment and mistreatment of Palestinians in general. But they're saying it's not a dictatorship for Israelis.
Blowing air horns, blocking traffic, and burning tires. Riot police deployed water cannon, drenching the crowds.
It's not a matter of left or right. It's a matter of pure, basic human rights that are being crushed daily.
Protests also broke out in Jerusalem, around the Israeli legislative building, and outside the home of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, shouting, "Shame, shame." The eruption came on the back of Netanyahu's firing of his defense minister for breaking ranks with the prime minister's hardline policies. The growing rift in our society is penetrating the Israeli Defense Force and security agency.
Yeah, like he was saying, like this point of contention is making us less secure against the Palestinian plight. Like, you know what I mean? Against the blight. Sorry, not plight. Blight. The Palestinian blight. Pretty much. I'm paraphrasing. But it's basically like that. He's saying, like, you know, we can't secure our borders against those Palestinian terrorists who want to kill us if you keep doing this shit about the Supreme Court.
Said Yoav Gallant. It poses a clear, immediate, and tangible threat to the security of the state. Critics have come down hard on Netanyahu's highly controversial plans to overhaul the judicial system. The proposals would see government control over the appointment of judges, including the Supreme Court, while restricting the court's rights to veto legislation or rule against the government. That's been met with weeks of anti-government protests and nationwide strikes.
Unions have gone on strike, shutting down the universities and grounding flights out of Israel's main airport. Another mass demonstration has been called for this afternoon outside of Parliament. Tony?
And of course, if that legislation to overhaul the courts does pass, who gets to look at it? The courts. They could veto it, causing an even deeper crisis. Charlie, thank you very much.
Breaking news out of Israel regarding that planned judicial overhaul from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Back with us is NBC's Ralph Sanchez in Jerusalem. Ralph, what are we learning at this hour?
Well, Jose, in just the last few minutes, a far-right member of Netanyahu's government, Ben Gvir, the national security minister, has said he is prepared to accept a delay in the judicial overhaul. Now, the reason this matters is Netanyahu has been under a lot of pressure from the right wing of his government, from right-wing protesters like the ones you can see behind me.
Thank God. Guys. That terrorist dog, Ben Gvir, said he'll take not even a compromise, but just a pause, a delay. It's good. It's cool, man. Thanks. He's like, look, as long as you allow me. By the way, this is a deliberate thing that Ben Gvir is doing. He's in charge of security in Jerusalem, which is like such a fucked up thing to do. An additional fuck you by Netanyahu, okay? Right wing to Netanyahu? Yes. Yes. Right wing to Netanyahu? Yes. Imagine that. Literal fucking Kahanist terrorists, okay? Like people that America considered too far right for Israel. Like, think about that. Okay? That fucking piece of shit is like, dude, it's okay. You know, I'll take a backseat for now. As long as you let me, arm everyone in Jerusalem, every settler in Jerusalem and like allow us to just murder Palestinians every time we want to murder them without any sort of fucking scrutiny whatsoever, any sort of legal scrutiny whatsoever. Oh, yeah, this is funny. It's breaking. Israel on the verge of a civil war between far right and far, far right. Even further right. The furthest right.
To delay this reform. The delay is what those massive protests we've seen on the streets of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem have been calling for. And now it appears Ben Gvir does have a consensus, Netanyahu does now have a consensus inside of his government to delay this reform at least until the summer. So we do not yet have official confirmation from Benjamin Netanyahu that that is indeed the plan, but it looks like that is where it is heading. And we have been waiting all day to hear from the prime minister. There have been these scenes of chaos all across Israel, and yet the Israeli people have not heard from Netanyahu himself. You can see some of the right-wing protesters behind me. So we expect at some point in the coming hours to hear from Netanyahu, and it does now sound like he has the support within his government to back down, at least for now, and delay this very controversial plan to weaken Israel's Supreme Court. Jose.
Continuing on with the government's protesting. I hate to burst everybody's bubble, but Netanyahu is merely postponing the showdown by a month and has signed a document granting Itamar Ben Gvir, a convicted terror criminal, a private militia. Oh, thank God. Oh, that's awesome. No, just straight. Yeah, Praetorian Guard is right, dude. Holy fuck.
בן גביר לא מגיע לבד. לאורך כל השנים האלה, מלווה אותו חבורה.
I don't know if this is gonna have fucking, I don't know if this is gonna have like TOS. It probably will. Dude, these guys are, dude, Ben Gvir is such a fucking freak, dude. If you think, no joke, they're calling it a National Guard. Oh, thank God, you know.
It was 1989. Protests had erupted in Beijing against the Deng regime of China. Images of the protests and the government's response were splashed across TV screens and newspapers.
Ben Gvir was on national television before Rabin was murdered with his car emblem. Yeah, and he said, literally a week before he was murdered, he said, "We got to his car. Next, we will get to him." And then he got fucking murdered. Ben Gvir was literally designated as a terrorist by Israel, okay? It's like if Osama bin Laden was like, "No, dog, you're going too far. Let's fucking calm down," to a guy who's like a bigger fucking terrorist, okay? Like, it's insane. Now, that is going to be very frustrating for people as a pill to swallow, okay? People are going to be like, "Dude, what the fuck? How dare you?" Let's say Saddam Hussein then. Is that better? Like, come on. He was not allowed to serve in the military. He now has his own Praetorian Guard, but he was not allowed to serve in the IDF because he was too racist for the IDF. Understand what I'm saying here. In order to be designated as a terrorist by Israel, you have to be seriously bad or a Palestinian child. Yeah, no, I'm saying like as an Israeli to be designated as an Israeli terrorist by the Israeli government, you literally have to be completely unhinged. I'm at the protest. Ben Gvir is insane. He literally just formed the Israeli version of the SS. It's beyond insane that he has so much support, like a sixth of the population is supporting him. Yeah, the other part of Ben Gvir's insanity is not just that like he wants to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. That much is clear. He wants to kill Jews too. Like he wants to literally fuck over like liberal Jews too. That's part of the reason why a lot of people are fucking protesting it. Like that's why he's considered a fucking terrorist, okay? It's insanity. And by the way, for those of you who are, new to this kind of thing, it literally is expected. This is how fascist movements end up creating exclusionary, such exclusionary projects that you have to make the in-group, smaller and smaller and smaller. This is why we always say fascism is a suicidal ideology, okay? The in-group is going to ultimately move away from Palestinians when they are completely fucking ethnically cleansed, right? When they are ultimately powerless, as they are now, okay? They are going to move in to liberal Jews, liberal Israelis, gay Israelis, Israelis that want to get an abortion, Israelis that want to marry someone who's not Israeli. And then they're going to go back once again, like they did in the original formation, to Israelis that are Ashkenazi Jews. You know what I mean? Because that's the other part of this equation, that like Judaism is an international an ethno-religious identity, which means that there are Jews from all different kinds of backgrounds, okay? And originally, in its formation, there were certain Jews from specific backgrounds that were not considered to be as good as the other Jews. That's where you're going to get to. You're going to get Sephardic Jews that are going to be targeted. You're going to have the Mizrahis. You're going to have the fucking... ultimately, you are going to get to... it's already happening with Ethiopian Jews anyway. And it's going to become smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. The in-group always becomes smaller and smaller, okay? That's how it fucking works. We will end the fascist coup if you give us a fascist secret police force. Far-right Otzma Yehudit Party to support freezing coup legislation in exchange for establishing a national guard under Ben Gvir. Fascist terror militia signed and sealed. There you go. All I'm going to say is this, for liberal Israelis that are tuning in, that are watching. This is a byproduct of not having, for lack of a better term, CRT in Israel, okay? That's it. If your national project revolves on doing basically the same shit that, basically the same shit that's currently happening and ongoing, okay? And you turn a blind eye to that, then there are always going to be people that say, it's not enough. It's not enough. We need to do more of it. This is a big problem in America as well. It's a major problem in the United States of America as well, with respect to the same attitudes that people have here. Fascists. That's how they do it. They take advantage of blindness that people have to the actual ongoing oppression, ongoing forms of oppression that is normalized in society, and just demand more of the very same. When you hear, for example, Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro talk about police brutality in black communities and say, we need more of this, they're looking at the existing forms of oppression, right? Police being an occupying force in black neighborhoods, and saying that everyone chirping about this is lying, okay, feeding into the blind spot that people have, and then demanding more of it. In some respects, that's precisely what Ben Gvir is doing in Israel, and other far-right ethno-statists are doing in Israel. And they will take away your civil liberties that you have you take for granted.
Newspapers around the globe. The world was fully captivated by this momentous event, and its images have remained some of the most iconic in history. It was this intense and sustained coverage that appeared as an opportunity to others. The same year as Tiananmen Square, a prominent Israeli politician, Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu, who had just served as Israel's representative to the United Nations, was speaking to students at Bar Ilan University, where he was quoted as saying, "Israel should have exploited the repression of the demonstrations in China, when world attention focused on that country, to carry out mass expulsions among the Arabs of the territories. Regrettably, there was no support for this policy." But that's not entirely correct. Perhaps it was not popular mainstream sentiment at the time, but there were some Israelis who sided with Netanyahu on this issue. In 1981, a Dr. Baruch Goldstein.
Before we get to this, sorry. Look no further than Netanyahu's own attitude towards settler terrorism over his rise to power and continued reinforcement in power. I am old enough to remember that Israel went from, oh no, we shouldn't be bulldozing these fucking houses, to we turned Jerusalem and every other place where Palestinians live into a fucking parking lot, deliberately dissecting their communities and building roads from within their communities with the express purpose of making sure that they are completely decentralized and cannot live their everyday existence, while simultaneously engaging in acts of expulsion and also displacement, mass displacement. They did that. There was a time and place when the Israeli government's official attitude towards settler terrorism was, oh, we're just turning a blind eye to it, but like we don't really like it. It wasn't that the idea would come in with fucking guns drawn and forcibly expel Palestinians from their fucking homes so they can bulldoze it and then build an apartment complex on top of it. Yes, Israeli settlers can carry AR-15s around those neighborhoods, whereas it is illegal to own a firearm as a Palestinian. Yes.
Penned a letter to the editors of the New York Times. Israel must act decisively to remove the Arab minority from within its borders. Years after writing this letter, Goldstein would don his Israeli military uniform and arm himself with his army-issued Galil automatic rifle. He'd then walk into the Ibrahimi Mosque in the old city of Hebron, located in the occupied West Bank. When worshippers bowed their heads to the floor during Islamic prayer, Goldstein unloaded magazine after magazine into the crowd, firing at anything that moved. Hundreds of people would be hit, and in the end, at least 29 were killed in the mosque that day. In Israel, as well as the Palestinian territories, the outrage over this atrocity was immense. It stalled peace talks and created civil unrest among Palestinians. Dozens more would be killed by Israeli forces in the ensuing protests. Many familiar with this event know that the killings themselves aren't the end of the story. Following the massacre, Clyde Haberman of the New York Times would report on the ground from Hebron at Baruch Goldstein's gravesite. The title of the article? Hundreds of Jews gather to honor Hebron killer.
1994, these kinds of atrocities were actually criticized. You know, didn't really mean much, but were criticized at least by the international community. Now it's a part of everyday existence. And, you know, when the state does it, it's a little bit different, right? When the state is engaging in what they call mowing the lawn in Gaza, for example, that is seen as like an act of retaliation. How far we have come from 1994 is crazy. And even back then, it was insanely violent. Do not misunderstand me. That is also Maggie Haberman's dad who wrote that article. Maggie Haberman is a Nepo baby. Whatever, who cares? Fuck Maggie Haberman. I don't give a shit. The New York Times is full of Nepo babies.
Haberman writes, in a steady stream, they came by the hundreds today to the grave of Baruch Goldstein, many bowing deeply to kiss the tombstone of the Hebron mass killer and to proclaim him a holy man. Many journeyed here by car and bus. Whether young or old, they approached the burial mound, surrounded by stones placed in mourning, as though it were a shrine. Dozens hugged and kissed the tombstone. Some kneeled to kiss the grave itself, including one young man who cried out, "Hero of Israel, hero of Israel, there should be more like him." Haberman continues, while the Israelis who worship the Brooklyn-born Dr. Goldstein are a small minority, the numbers turning out today suggested that they may be more than the minuscule fraction the government claims. Indeed, the support appears to be beyond just nameless civilians. Dov Lior, the chief rabbi of the Kiryat Arba settlement of Hebron, where Baruch Goldstein lived, called him holier than all the martyrs of the Holocaust. The Jerusalem Post described Lior as one of the most high-profile national religious rabbis in the country. As a result of this mass shooting, the Israeli government outlawed the radical Kach party, of which Baruch Goldstein was a member. Another member was a young Itamar Ben.
There it is, Ben Gvir. This man just got his own Gestapo. This man just got his own secret police, literally like a couple hours ago. Part of Netanyahu's far-right coalition government. The reason why he spent 4 minutes describing this shit was because of this man right here. Ben motherfucking Gvir.
Ben Gvir.
No, not confirmed or proposed. Confirmed. Confirmed. Signed and sealed.
Who joined the party when he was just 16. He would go on to become the party's youth leader. Ben Gvir remained politically active.
No. You're misunderstanding. Not yet in a couple months. No. Confirmed now so that they would be the far-right coalition government would then say, okay, we're not going to fucking, we're going to allow you to pass the buck down a month into the future for what do you call it, for pushing the evisceration of the judiciary a month into the future. That's it. That was the conditions. They said they're not going to fucking protest it. The far right is going to allow the Netanyahu government to avoid the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. Obviously, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Yeah. Yeah, no shame. I know. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. All right, let's continue.
Following the outlawing of Kach, and is now famously the leader of the Otzma Yehudit, or Jewish Power Party. Otzma Yehudit is believed by Israelis to be the
Jewish Power Party.
spiritual successor to the Kach party. Ben Gvir has a colorful past filled with calls for ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. In fact, he was so radical in his politics that he was barred from conscription into the Israeli military. To underscore his devotion to extremism, Ben Gvir hung a poster of Baruch Goldstein on the wall of his living room. He reportedly took it down in 2019 in an unsuccessful attempt to appease Naftali Bennett, who vetoed his inclusion into his right-wing coalition over the poster. It's not known whether he put it back up afterward. Of course, Ben-Gvir has now become the Minister of Security of the State of Israel, in what is Israel's most right-wing government, possibly in history. At the Otzma Yehudit campaign launch in 2019, Ben-Gvir thanked his spiritual mentor, none other than Dov Lior, and brought him on stage to resounding applause. As Minister of National Security, Ben-Gvir holds one of the most important positions in Bibi Netanyahu's new cabinet. Ben-Gvir has called for harsher crackdowns on Palestinian militants and their supporters, as well as strict curfews in Palestinian villages, and mass deportations and targeted killings of terrorism suspects. Ben-Gvir would also like...
Yeah, terrorism suspect doing, that's a very liberal interpretation. Remember, if you live in occupied West Bank and you travel as a Palestinian, you travel out of it, you might not ever be able to go back to your home, see your children, see your family. They will literally expel you and say, you're gone. It's over. It's a wrap. GG's. Think about that. How fucking nuts is that?
To authorize a shoot-to-kill policy for Palestinians who throw stones at Israelis.
So I did get a 10-minute chill out from chat, lasting almost an hour because I couldn't spend it in here because it's tiring to listen to all this midnight EU just because I asked Hasan, does he think that his views can be wrong sometimes in retrospective? Yes, my views can be wrong sometimes in retrospective, but right now we're talking about like universal principles, you know what I mean?
In these beliefs, he's also joined by the new finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich. Smotrich, leader of the religious Zionist party, is no stranger to controversy himself. In 2021, he told Arab lawmakers in the Knesset that they are in Israel by mistake because founder of Israel David Ben-Gurion didn't, quote, finish the job when expelling the Arabs.
אני איתכם לא מדבר, אנטי-ציונים, תומכי טרור, אויבים. אתם פה בטעות, כי בן-גוריון לא גמר את העבודה ולא זרק אתכם ב-48.
This is why I said it's like a little bit more aggressive than America. Like in America, we obviously systematically undermine the existence of black people, right? Or Native Americans all the time. But like, you don't have, I don't know, you have like, what's his fucking face? Stephen King, right? But even Stephen King cannot go out and literally say that to a black politician. Not Stephen King, Steve King, sorry. Not the author. I'm talking about, of course, the congressperson. Like, so in some respects, Israel is like ahead of the game when it comes to like open racism. Like, could you imagine Steve King fucking like going up? I mean, he's a white nationalist. We know he is, right? Like, we know he's a fucking racist, right? Could you imagine him going up in Congress and like pointing to a fucking black politician and just straight up being like, it's an accident that you're here, like you're a slave. You know what I mean? Dude, they're racist fuck against other Jewish people who are darker skinned and not European. Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. Because, and this is my message to liberal Israelis that are like, Hasan, you're so harsh about this shit. You're so harsh. You're so harsh. Brother, they're coming after you too, motherfucker, eventually. I mean, you know, that's the fascist playbook. That's how this fucking works. They will always look for new enemies. They will always look for new methods of exclusion. They already do that to the Ethiopians. They already do that to the Arabs. Okay? They will eventually go through the different ethnic groups in Israel like they once did in the past. If I'm not mistaken, I thought Sephardic Jews were also considered like lesser than for the longest time, right? Like originally. Yeah, Sephardic Jews were oppressed in Israel for a very long time. Ben-Gvir himself, by the way, is, again, if I'm not mistaken, a Sephardic Jew. So what happens to Sephardic Jews when they become a part of the in-group, white, if you will? If you want to use like American terminology, white. What happened? Became more fucking radicalized than anybody else. He's a Middle Eastern Jew. Sorry, yeah, Middle Eastern Jews like Mizrahi Jews. Not even Sephardic Jews. Mizrahi Jews are also oppressed similarly. Yeah. The Black Panthers were an Israeli protest movement of second-generation Jewish immigrants from North Africa and Middle Eastern countries. It was one of the first organizations in Israel with the mission of working for social justice for Sephardi and Mizrahi Jews. Literally. In its original formation, Israel was like, yeah, no Sephardis and no Mizrahi Jews. Like, they were oppressed differently. I did not know about these Jewish ethnic denominations. Yes, it's a little bit more complicated than, it's not as black and white. You can't judge from 1960 people, says King Israel 69. Brother, the reason why I'm bringing this shit up is because this happened once and it's gonna happen again. The entire point is, the entire point that I'm trying to make here is that, like, fascist movements always have to find a new enemy internally. Okay? For Hitler, for example, it was the Übermensch. Hitler did not consider the Slavs to be white, which Slavs are obviously considered white now, almost universally. But also on top of that, even internally within Germany, it wasn't just the Volk. It was always going to move on to the Übermensch, a specific type of Volkish people that were going to be the next group of individual Germans that were actually promoted and prospered. Down to the fucking height. Because you always have to fucking make your in-group smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay? That's it. Because it's built around the concept of exclusion. It's a never-ending battle. This is why I'm saying that, like, you justify it on the one end when it comes to the apartheid conditions for Palestinian people. It's going to come back and bite you in the fucking ass. It is literally doing it right now.
Smotrich and Ben-Gvir will enjoy free reign under Prime Minister Netanyahu, back as premier after a less than 2-year hiatus. As a result, we'll surely be seeing harsher treatment of Palestinians. And what's looking increasingly likely is the outright annexation of the occupied West Bank. Smotrich is insisting that the civil administration of the West Bank be transferred to his finance ministry, a move that is seen by many to be de facto annexation already. By taking the civil administration of the West Bank out of the hands of the military and into civilian control, it will be administered by the federal government of Israel. On top of that, the border police operations of the West Bank will be relinquished to the newly named National Security Ministry, which will in fact be headed by Itamar Ben-Gvir.
All of this happened, by the way.
Along with expanding settlements and annexing the West Bank, Benjamin Netanyahu's history of steady invasions and saturation bombings of Palestinians, particularly in Gaza, will have to be closely watched. And I strongly advise everyone watching this now to prepare for this likely scenario, and to diligently update yourselves on news coming out of Gaza. Remember at the beginning of this video when I read you that Bibi quote saying that he wishes he'd used the Tiananmen Square massacre as an opportunity to expel Arabs from the occupied territories? Be wary of this pattern in the future. Like in 2014, when Bibi launched a ground invasion on the same exact day that Malaysia Flight 17 was shot out of the sky over Ukraine. The moments when news events spike media coverage and drown out other stories is precisely the time that we should be looking into Gaza and the West Bank. I need your help. This channel
How does the shrinking of the circle in fascism relate to the ever-expanding circle of whiteness? In times of comfort, or in times of fear that like your in-group has to expand, you can allow others into the white circle. Like in America, 64% of the country is white. Why? Because the Irish are white, because the Italians are white, because the Polish are white, because the Greeks are white, because the Jews are white. Okay? And you kind of need that, because you can't run the country with just WASPs being white any longer. So you have to expand the concept of whiteness. Okay? This channel is one of my favorites. GDF Official. They make incredible videos. They are criminally underrated. And I'm very fond of them. Love them. Go support them. So. Stop being so dramatic. This sort of thing has happened before without issue. German libs let spicy individuals have broad and exploitable powers in government to calm them down, and things turned out great. Yeah, famously. Things turned out really cool, like really chill right after that happened. You know, there was a little bit of an ideological diversity in the German government. I mean, come on now. Come on, when is a praetorian? I can't even say it right. Praetorian Guard ever gone wrong? Dude, just call it. It's a national guard. It's like a national police. I don't understand what you're saying. Just like it's just Jewish power. It's not white power. The party's called Jewish Power Party. Come on now. Everyone's overreacting. Oh, man. So, yeah. Things are going great. Things are going great in Israel right now. Just great. Now that Netanyahu is also given postponed the showdown by a month and then signed a document granting Itamar Ben-Gvir, again, like a literal fucking terrorist. A terrorist by not my standards, okay? Because I think Israel does a lot of things that would be considered terroristic that they do as a normal, as a part of regular process. He's a terrorist by Israel's standards. I know, Lep. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. America's about to set up another militia with the collaboration of the Palestinian Authority to target militants of the resistance groups. Oh my God. Great. Of course the Palestinian Authority is losing control. They're seen as like collaborators with the apartheid state. So great stuff. Make sure that they're also like even more reactionary this time. God forbid. I don't even want to get into that. All right, let's just move on. Oh, this was funny as fuck here. I thought it was common knowledge to not cross train tracks when the lights are still flashing. Cops literally, I think, have such a sense of entitlement that they personally think that like they will be able to, I guess, They think they could just like take on a train sometimes.
Oh my God!
Like, it's so obviously a train, bro. Why did you think throwing on the fucking lights? Why did you think throwing on the lights is gonna let you fucking... It's so stupid, dude. These guys are such assholes, brother. They're so used to just like doing this on regular oncoming traffic. Like he thought...
Oh my God!
It's just, you know, Germany is having its own national strike. Germany Transport Network, what is it? Deutsche Bahn, not Deutsche Bahn, right? Did I say it right? They are doing a mega strike, yeah. Deutsche Bahn is doing the mega strike. Very good. Sehr good, yeah. Let's hear it for Deutsche Bahn.
Germany, where the public transport network has been paralysed in a strike over pay by two of the country's largest trade unions. Staff at airports, railways, ports and bus and metros are staging a 24-hour walkout. Unions want pay rises of more than 10% to help members cope with the rising cost of food and of energy. Our Berlin correspondent Jenny Hill spoke to Martine a little earlier and explained why today was quite unusual.
This guy looks like he just hates unions. He's just British, brother. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. Like every British man just automatically looks like they hate unions. They look like the cartoonish depiction of the monopolist. You know what I mean? Oh, I do declare, those trade unionists are just as bad as the Nazis. Unacceptable. He's rocking a cool tie, though. Yeah, I don't know. They had the dead-ass tie, bro. That's pretty fire.
It's really rare for a dispute over pay to escalate to this level of drama. It's being called the mega strike here. Two powerful unions.
That's so German. It's being called the mega strike. Yeah, it's being called the mega strike. Oh, Giga Ultra Strike! Oh mein Gott, ich kann nicht glauben!
Unions combining their firepower to get their workers out on strike and attempt to bring the country to a standstill. And it looks as though to a degree they are being successful. It's very difficult to get around Germany today. Planes, trains, ferries, all cancelled, depending on where you are in the country. Bus and tram services out too. I did see earlier on breakfast television here a very cheerful German taxi driver being interviewed saying it's a really good day to be a taxi driver. And he's probably right, but actually even motorists are being warned that workers who normally maintain and repair roads and motorways, for example, immediately after an accident, are also out on strike. And that's before you consider the traffic jams with the extra volume of cars potentially on the road, with commuters choosing to drive rather than try and get a train which has been cancelled. So a lot of disruption. But, you know, we have seen here in recent weeks and months a good number of workers from a variety of sectors.
Dude, I love that, like, British media, no matter where, no matter who, is just, like, has to assume the role of being against. Like, no matter what happens, they have to assume the role of being against labor movement. Like, there's no labor movement that the British media has seen that where they went, no, it's actually good, really. Like, it doesn't matter. It could be a different country. It's just, like, out of principle, they're like, no, I'm just riding for the capitalists, like, every time. It doesn't matter. And then they try to blame unions for it being disproportionate to strike responsibly. Yeah, exactly. The BBC has been taken over by the right wing. The BBC has always been right wing. It's literally, of course it's right wing. Of course it's right wing. It's the media. It's the state media. What do you think a bourgeois state is supposed to do with its bourgeois media? Of course it's going to fucking defend the interests of capital. That's their job.
sectors going out on strike, all of them saying they need their wages to reflect the higher cost of living, saying that they simply are struggling to pay their bills and their bills are going up. The two unions involved in today's industrial action are demanding, respectively, pay increases of 10.5% and 12% for their members. They are high demands, but actually, if you look back at the last few weeks and months, you can see that postal workers and metal workers who also went out on strike were able eventually to secure fairly substantial increases in wages as a result of the industrial action they took. So it'll be very interesting to see what comes out of today's action.
Speaking of strikes, obviously France's pension reform is continuing. New day of strike action planned for Tuesday.
More on those talks today, though. Let's bring in France 20.
One of the most confusing aspects of this French protest movement is that, like, obviously the Frenchmen protest all the time. Okay, it's like a bit of a meme at this point. Even though more power to them, it's great. I love it. Wonderful. One thing that I do find really odd. One thing that I do find really strange is that the American media rarely ever covers this shit. Like, they don't. Like, the BBC covers Germany, France, obviously from the perspective of the governments and against the interest of labor. But it's odd that America rarely ever covers what is going on in France and the protests in France. I wonder what the reason for that is.
24 senior reporter Catherine Norris-Trent, who's at the Élysée Presidential Palace. Catherine, first of all, talk us through the focus of these meetings today. Are they just trying to find a way out?
Hi there, Jeannie. That's right. Emmanuel Macron is trying to forge a way forward because things are still at loggerheads here in France over this highly controversial pensions reform, which has now passed Parliament, albeit rammed through using that constitutional tool, the 49-3. And we saw the violence and the...
It's like the entire world is on fire. Israeli people are protesting the far-right government in Israel. People are protesting for pension reform in France, rioting in the fucking streets. People are rioting, not rioting, but doing general strikes in Germany for additional benefits and compensation. Meanwhile, in America, we're like, oh, what happened? Is there another mass shooter? Let's take a look at the mass shooting. Here's another mass shooter, and we will forget about it in approximately 12 and a half hours. At least British media covers it. American media hates labor movements so much they don't even care to report on it. I've talked about this before with respect to like British media and its coverage of labor movements versus America. I think in America, we don't even have labor beat reporters for the most part. Like, very rarely have they been utilized because labor has been so effectively dismantled. Labor power has been so effectively dismantled. A lot of labor unions are basically a part of the Democratic Party's infrastructure in many respects, and they themselves will sometimes implement or advocate for neoliberal policies because they benefit from it. They think that it actually helps them with their insurance schemes. This is, of course, not the rank and file's interest. The rank and file's interest can sometimes deviate from the interest of the labor leaders, right? The labor union leaders sometimes, unfortunately, do not represent the interests of the labor union rank and file. So for that very reason, I think that America just doesn't have a lot of experience covering labor, so much so that, like, sometimes they might even come across as, like, pro-labor in many respects. In the United States of America, oftentimes, whenever they cover labor union action, they're not like super aggro against the union employees. And I think it's a matter of how little power labor unions have. You know what I mean? In comparison to like in the UK, where they have relentless, since Thatcher, and even before that, but definitely since Thatcher, relentless and endless amounts of coverage to labor unions being awful and bad for the economy and being selfish and lazy and not wanting to work hard and blah, 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 blah. Does that make sense? Legacy union leadership outside of the new TDU Teamster leadership, they are all business unionists. They don't give a fuck about the militant labor. They are indeed they're very opposed. Yes, there's a lot of nepotism that goes on inside of unions as well, especially some of the most powerful unions. I am of the mindset always, whenever people say, Hasan, unions are corrupt, What do you have to say to that? I always say, listen, corruption is an inevitability in most power structures. If that is the case, if that is a constant, I would rather have the corrupt entity, the corrupt body, at least in some ways, tangentially represent the interests of the many rather than the interests of the few. A corrupt union is still better than no union. A corrupt union is still better than a corrupt corporation. We personally understand that corporations are supposed to be corrupt. They can do whatever the fuck they want. That's their starting position. That's their starting formation. Ultimately, within unions, you also have some level of democratic power, right? I love whenever I talk about an issue, and as soon as I'm done talking about the issue, like 2 minutes pass after I'm done talking about the issue, and someone comes in and be like, and is like, dude, did you talk about the issue already? Every time. And I know it's wonderful because a lot of you come in here throughout the day, whenever you have time to, like, you know, see everything and anything that I've talked about in that day. I love you guys. It's just so funny, though, that without fail, there's always someone who comes in and goes, "Did you talk about Israel already?" Like, literally just got done talking about Israel for like the past 2 hours. My favorite, of course, is when I'm talking about something, and while I'm in the process of talking about something, someone comes in and goes, "Are you talking about the French? Have you talked about the French pension reform?" Or, no, my actual favorite, "Why are you turning a blind eye to the French pension reform?" Like, while it's on fucking screen. I do think about that one chatter that we banned the other day, Mernich. I wonder where he's at. He was saying that I had a what do you call it? I was turning a blind eye to Israel because it didn't suit my narrative. Bro, you need to log off? Yeah, well, he's a long-term chatter, so I wanted to see what his take is now. I know we banned him, but yes, I remember. You are getting one guide through time now. You don't have to be condescending. Well, wait, what? Shut the fuck up. Wait, what? I wasn't being condescending. Hi, streamer. Glad to see you're doing a live VOD review of yourself. Okay, let's continue.
Anger on the streets of France last week. So today, here at the Elysee Palace, Emmanuel Macron will be hosting his Prime Minister, Elisabeth Borne, and members of his own party, ministers and leading figures in Parliament, to try and look at an action plan to see what they can do to go forward and get out of this crisis, really, in French politics. It's hard, though, to know what their action plan can do to appease France's trade unions and those protest movements who say that they do not intend on backing down. And Emmanuel Macron has signalled in the past that he doesn't want to back down on these pension plans to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64. Some are suggesting in the opposition that the plan should be put on hold for maybe 6 months or something to look at ways in which they could be watered down to try and bring people on board. But they're already going through a constitutional process.
Famously, there's no mechanism of like feeding into the retirement pension programs, like other than just increasing the age. That's just how it works. I mean, even I don't know anything about the French economy. Okay, what do they fucking make baguettes and stuff and cigarettes? They eat cigarettes and make baguettes. That's their entire economy, right? But like, and cheese, yes, oui, cheese, and also escargot, right? But like, even I know that here, there's always an endless amount of money supply that you're not fucking taxing, and it's oftentimes corporations and the wealthy. So where's that at? Oh, yeah, I was going to say, of course, before I forget, and manipulate African currency. I mean, duh. The French economy revolves around eating cigarettes, selling baguettes, and manipulating African currency. So there is that, before I forget, of course. Africa has currency. African nations do have currency. Some of their central banks are in France. I wonder why. It's odd when you think about it. Macron raised the military spending by a third. Maybe they can start with some budget cuts there. Yeah. You know what's funny about that, by the way? He's still getting lapped by the United States of America. Suck my dick, Macron. Stop trying to make fucking nuclear submarines, bitch. That's our shit, dumbass. And guess what happened, dude? Australia, a bunch of fucking fake friends said, no, mate, we're not taking your fucking submarines. We're taking the American submarines. Suck my fucking dick. Suck my fucking willy, mate. What happened? What happened to Macron? He said, oh, no. We will leave NATO. How dare you not use our nuclear submarine? How dare you use American nuclear submarine instead? Fuck you. Merde. That's what you said. Stop spending your fucking money on the military. What are you doing? You're not going to fucking, you are not going to colonize Libya, okay? Stop. Focus on your own goddamn country. You're a European social democracy. Leave the imperialism to America. That's literally what they do. That's why we don't have healthcare in this country, because we do the imperialism for you. The entire purpose of living in a fucking European social democracy is like relegating the responsibility of empire to the United States of America, where all of us fat fucking pigs are dying here because we can't have social safety nets because we're spending all of our money on fucking destroying the global south. Stop trying to be America. You are not him. Sorry. You're not that guy, pal. I mean, but that's literally true, by the way. And it's not just me who says this. Steven Crowder says it all the time. He just thinks it's a positive. I think it's a negative. You know what I mean? Like, right-wingers say that all the time. They're like, you have relegated national security at the international level to the United States of America. You know what I mean? It's like, why the fuck do you need any military power, dude? Why? What are you going to do? Duke it out with Turkey and Libya? Is that what you want to do? Stupid. Stop. Anyway.
Already in the Constitutional Council, and basically Emmanuel Macron would just need to sign them off for them to become law. So it's tricky to see what at this stage the president and the government can do to calm the anger of protesters, but that's what they're going to be talking about this afternoon.
Right. And in the meantime, Catherine, the anger is still very prevalent. Protesters have blocked the Louvre Museum today in Paris. The piles of garbage just keep getting bigger, and it's not over yet.
It is not over yet by any means. The Louvre Museum, the world-famous museum, is actually closed right now, blocked by the protesting workers there. So anyone who's got tickets, at the moment it looks like that is closed today. There is still litter, garbage lining the streets of Paris, despite government orders.
I love how much they talk about like the negative consequences of the strike. Here's one thing. Hasanabi rules of media literacy. If your media is not telling you that the strike could be ended by those in power, whether it be the government or those in power in this situation, or the strike could be ended by those who own the means of production, the capital owners, they're lying to you. There's two sides to a strike, always, okay? You have the labor side that's doing the strike, and you have the other side, the capital owning strike, the capital owning side that could also end the strike. How could they end that strike? Not by hiring scabs, of course, but by listening to the demands, oftentimes are reasonable demands, by the way, listening to the demands of the striking workers and turning around and conceding to those demands and offering it to them. That's the whole purpose of a strike. But for some reason, biased ass media, which, operates as an arm of capital, will oftentimes refuse to mention that part. They never actually talk about that part. They always make it entirely up to the striking workers to just shut the fuck up and get back to work. That's all you're saying. When you talk about how dirty France is, okay, and not as a joke like I like to say, okay, but instead talking about, the French sanitation workers not actually cleaning up the streets. When you're talking about how fucking shitty that is, You're doing a disservice. You're not behaving like an honest, objective, truthful media that is supposed to be covering marginalized groups or identities or anything like that. You're talking about it from the perspective of capital owners. Okay? That's it. Now, the irony, of course, is that this person, Catherine Norris Trent, is a fucking worker. You're working for France 24. You might be a senior reporter, but ultimately you are a worker as well. If your workplace tomorrow decided to fuck you over, you would want a union to defend you. You would want other unions to also engage in an act of solidarity. But because the media has to work as an arm of capital, the only people that get to that position, that get elevated to that position, are dumbass class traders who don't understand their position as workers themselves. We've been conditioned to think that strikers are being lazy and greedy. Exactly. Exactly. If you want to blame someone for the huge piles of trash, blame the government for literally just bouldering through and refusing to listen to the protesting French workers.
For those refuse workers to come and collect it. It's basically not being cleared, or not on a massive scale yet, because a lot of the waste processing plants, the incinerators around the edge of Paris, some of those are still blocked by strikers too, so it's not able to be gotten off the streets. And there are other blockages in other towns, down in Nice in the south of France. Over the weekend in the west of France, there were extremely violent scenes with environmental protesters standing off against riot police, which is also a sign of this anger that's...
Yeah, who's the violent side in that regard? The motherfuckers, the potato ass motherfuckers with like riot gear and rubber bullets and trucks that have high pressure water cannons, or the fucking like gay anarchist environmental activists? I wonder who is the truly violent side of this riot. Let's think.
Still simmering here in France. And of course, tomorrow, the 28th of March, there's a 10th massive day of strikes and protests called across France. And everyone really is bracing for further violent scenes and confrontations there.
Catherine, thank you for that. France 24's Catherine Norris Trent.
Fundraising to help strikers is paying off in France. Money collected during demonstrations and on dozens of donation websites is now above 4 million euros.
I remember a much different coverage over Hong Kong protests. Yeah, because that was... Yes, because that's what America likes, okay? There's a difference. America hates genuine labor movements, but they also don't like China. That's it. That is precisely the reason why, never forget the Hong Kong protests that were against China, against the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party. When it was against the Chinese Communist Party, it's great. It's awesome. Yeah. Because, again, that's where the American bias is. That's where the State Department and its interests lie.
Julien Giquel works for one of the largest strike funds.
2,380,000, a nice sum.
Many of the donations are for small amounts. Among the ones here, a surprise.
3,000. That's a big donation. It's a real pleasure to get that.
The check is the second in a month from the same person. Jean-François Ledizet in Grenoble is now retired after a career as a maths teacher. He has long supported workers' rights.
Long live the strikes. Share wealth, not misery. That's also at stake now.
He has a pension of 1,800 euros a month and sees worker solidarity as a duty.
I cannot strike, so my way of supporting the strike movement is to back it with money. I made 2 donations because I saw the strike was continuing, and if it continues further, I could give
again. This is awesome.
The money goes directly to strikers. These union workers in Versailles have received tens of thousands of euros. At the Montparnasse railway station in Paris, there's money too in the coffers to support the strikers.
It gives the strike momentum. It gives us energy and courage to vote to continue.
Donations appear to have increased since the government used Article 493 of the Constitution to force pension reform through Parliament.
Elon Musk reported plan to build a utopia. Worker town fires up locals. That's awesome. I love that. France secretly owns 14 countries. Let's take a look.
French Treasury. The issue at stake is the apex of French policymaking, the CFA franc. Using it, France controls the monetary sovereignty of 14 nations, making up nearly 200 million.
Remember what I told you about how, you know, this is one of the leading economies of France?
People. These countries include Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Chad, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Guinea-Bissau, Ivory Coast, Mali, Niger, Senegal, Togo, and the Central African Republic. And while these nations have a seat at the United Nations and wave their independent flags, it is only the face of...
I know the super secret 15th, but I'm not telling you. Dude, what the fuck? Tell us. What the fuck, dude? Yo! That's messed up, dude. That's messed up.
Imperialism that has changed. The conduct of business has largely remained the same. The big difference is that imperialism used to be spread through tanks. Nowadays, it comes through banks.
Well, that's just, you know, part and parcel for European neo-colonialism. 15th is Louisiana.
Special thanks to the sponsor of this video, War. The most comprehensive.
Shut the fuck up.
Anyone pack that includes multiple premium vehicles, premium account, boosters, and much more. Anyone can create money.
Now that's fucking targeting right there, dude. That right there, that's some hyper targeted shit.
The hard part is having others accept it. In pre-colonial times, many African societies used cowrie seashells as a medium of exchange. These seashells were so widely circulated that by 1800 they had an official exchange rate with the French currency. But as the French Empire colonized deeper into Africa, Paris sought to monopolize these circuits of production and trade. Taxes were demanded in francs, and armed troops were sent to markets, forcing merchants to accept French currency. From the 1930s onwards, France came to dominate the money supply in French-speaking Africa. With new power came new extrajudicial perks. Paris gained access to African labor and raw materials at sub-market prices, while finished goods were sold back to Africa at above-market prices. French neo-colonialism was so intrusive, so ruthless, so unique that it earned a name of its own, France-Afrique. Following World War II, however, things changed. Paris joined the Bretton Woods.
Another thing that's suspect is when French racists say they're against this practice, they will oftentimes give the game away where they are not actually against the practice itself. They're just against the secondary consequence of that, which is immigration into France. They don't like when black people come into France as a consequence of this ongoing exploitation.
System, and as a result, the French franc was devalued to set a fixed exchange rate with the US dollar. These fiscal reforms were taking place at a time when Africa was decolonizing itself. A weaker currency only added fuel to the fire. So, to hold on to its African holdings, France conjured a new currency in 1945 called the CFA franc and forced its colonies to adopt it. Initially, the CFA franc was pegged to its French counterpart at a rate of 1.7 to 1, but in 1948 it was increased to 2 to 1. By overvaluing the CFA franc, Paris maintained its economic advantage while crushing Africa's export competitiveness. So in a way, France built its post-war recovery partially to a wealth transfer from Africa. Even so, the most effective forms of control are those that are invisible. Recognizing this in 1958, France hijacked authentic decolonization by installing local collaborators and
Macron calls Russia one of the last imperial colonial powers on Africa visit. France has assassinated 22 African presidents since 1963. Here's a list of African presidents who have been assassinated by France since 1963. Okay, I need to see this list. This list seems a little insane. I don't know if it's like... I don't know if it's 22 seems like a bit of a 22 seems like a bit of an embellishment. It might be, but I think they're giving up a little bit to the CIA. Like they're kind of taking CIA credit a little bit. It seems. You know what I mean? What the fuck is what is this? Tajamo. I feel like if I look through this list, which we can take a look at afterwards, but I feel like if I look through this list, there's gonna be a lot of like CIA doing like heavy lifting, and then France taking credit for it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Just like when they talk about, when they get some of their some of the people that they offer dual citizenship to be French instead of an African nation of origin when they're winning World Cups. But of course, when they're not winning World Cups, then they're immigrants, and not welcome, that kind of thing.
Granting them statehood. These collaborators became the custodians of France's neo-colonial empire by maintaining the Franc zone and French military bases. Only Guinea turned down the offer. Its leader, Sékou declared that his people preferred being poor in freedom than rich in slavery. Guinea thus rejected the CFA franc, seeking to develop its own currency. France felt it needed to make an example of Guinea, so it cut pensions to war veterans, dismantled Guinea's power grid, and then attempted to block its UN membership. France went as far as to induce hyperinflation by flooding the country with counterfeit bills, all the while funding armed anti-government resistance. Yeah, it got pretty crazy.
America shit.
The plan ultimately failed to dislodge Sékou, but Guinea's economy never fully recovered. Likewise, when Togo had a change of heart and sought to ditch the CFA franc, France made another example, this time without loose ends. Togo's leader, Sylvanus Olympio, was assassinated in January 1963. French involvement is suspected, but official records remain conveniently closed. Of itself, further attempts to conceal French imperialism followed. The CFA franc was split into two currencies covering the Central and West African states. By the mid-1970s, their respective central banks were Africanized and moved to Yaoundé and Dakar. Though local Africans staffed these institutions, there were no fundamental policy changes, and France
stopped downplaying European neocolonialism. We literally came up with this shit. True. You are right. I'm just talking to an American audience for the most part. That's why I'm using that example. Does that make sense? Like I'm talking to a lot of Americans who understand this on American terms, which is why I'm explaining it by saying like they're doing America shit.
Retained veto power over
partially because like we kind of perfected it. You know what I mean?
Governing statures. This included a requirement that member states deposit half their exchange reserves at the French treasury plus another 20% for financial liabilities. meaning member states retained access only to 30% of their money. Moreover, all foreign exchange conversions were to pass through the French treasury. The way this fiscal policy works is by operations accounts. These are special accounts held at the French treasury. The denominations are in euros, but when accounts are in credit, the African central banks effectively place their foreign exchange reserves at France's disposal. But when the central banks' accounts are in debit, they are obligated to pay interest to the French treasury. In other words, CFA...
They're so helpful, dude. I mean, the underpinning of this is like, obviously, like military action, continued oppression, but the continuation of such, debtor capitalist imperialism is basically saying like, oh, well, these African nations can't control their own currencies. I mean, we got to do it for them. You know what I mean? And of course, they're going to pay us a little bit of a price for us to be able to do such a thing.
Member states pay France to hold on to their money. Even more unsettling, no one knows what France does with the money. The French treasury does not disclose this information even to CFA franc nations. So it wouldn't be out of the ordinary if France were to reinvest African funding for French profit. However, one looks at it, the CFA scheme is an effective moneymaker for France, and French businesses benefit as much as the French treasury. More specifically, France doesn't need to draw on its foreign exchange reserves for African imports. Dozens of French multinationals are present in Africa, including TotalEnergies, Areva, and Vinci. Africa also grants France access to strategic resources like uranium, which is indispensable for France's nuclear energy sector, meeting 3/4 of French energy needs. Meanwhile, Gabon is a source of crude oil, Mauritania delivers iron ore, while Togo and Benin provide agricultural commodities. Additionally, the icing on the cake, French national Vincent Bolloré owns most of West Africa's major ports. It is thus not by incident that former French President Jacques Chirac once stated that much of the money in French banks comes precisely from exploiting Africa, and that France would lose its global standing without its African empire.
This is why people say Africa is not poor. Africa is not a poor continent. As a matter of fact, it's one of the richest continents. It's just that Africa has been stolen from the jump. That's it. It's literally... That's it. That's what it is. It's just been, they've had their natural resources extracted for a tidy profit that goes directly to European coffers. And by people, I don't know what. Play that yellow clip. No, we don't need to do all of that. Okay.
To preserve its hegemony, France has intervened militarily on the continent 40 times since the 1960s, from propping up corrupt dictators to conducting military operations in the Sahel. Moreover, the configurations of the CFA franc allow profits and capital to be repatriated with ease. Between 1970 and 2010, Ivory Coast lost $40 billion to capital flight, which could have reduced poverty by 10% annually had it been reinvested domestically. Meanwhile, Equatorial Guinea and Congo, the main oil producers, transferred out the money equivalent of 43% and 30% of their respective GDPs between 2000 and 2009. Similar trends are present in Gabon and Cameroon. Opulence at the top generates misery below. Though advocates point to the CFA franc's stability, a lack of monetary sovereignty restricts the tools available to the CFA member states. For instance, Ivory Coast's inflation rate is below 6% versus 29% in neighboring Ghana, but the latter's extreme poverty rate is only 13% versus 30% of Ivorians. The CFA members...
Bro, people are so mad about France in the chat, and it's so funny because like everyone that's saying this is American, Like, what do you think we do? Like, well, what do you mean? Like, what? Like, why do you think I'm so angry all the fucking time as it pertains to U.S. foreign policy? Did you have Paris syndrome when you went to France? No, I like France. I think France is very pretty. I know that that's an unpopular opinion, but from what I understand, Paris syndrome happens to Japanese tourists for the most part who like fantasize about France. They are like big Francophiles in Japan, but then they realize like they're coming from a actually developed nation, like a real developed nation, and then they go to France and they're like, well, it's just like kind of shittier than what we have at home.
States also lag behind other African states growth-wise. Some are even going backwards. Ivory Coast's real GDP per capita is 1/3 lower than in 1978. In 2016, Senegal was at its 1960 level. Meanwhile, Cameroon, Congo, and Gabon have not topped their respective peaks of 1986, 1984, and 1976. This means these countries have had little to no real economic growth in decades. But change.
Japan is more developed than France. That people work 80-hour weeks and only get paid like 60 of those hours. My guy, come on. I mean, I wasn't talking about like labor rights at all, as a matter of fact. I was simply talking about like infrastructure. The reason why I find France to be fun and lovely is because I live in the United States of America, a nation without infrastructure and a nation that has higher hours of wage labor than France and Japan. Okay, so you're wrong on that front. We have worse labor conditions in the United States of America overall. Our labor conditions are like, you know, less than India, but still incredibly awful. And then also on top of that, we don't have any like decent infrastructure, no city planning, none of that. At least France has that. I see no issue with working more hours, to be honest. Okay, Dodgers lover, have fun with that. You know what I mean? Just like you're never working for yourself, you're working for another boss. So that's great. I mean, if you don't have issue with working additional hours, then, you know, I guess it's all right then. Never mind. Yeah, just go back to work. My man loves the Dodgers and he loves the boot, you know? Does he love the top of the hour ad break though? Which comes at the top of every hour? Or does he work extra hours so we can avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account to get one free Prime subscription a month, or by maybe getting gifted a sub if he's lucky. If you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub and avoid the top of the hour ad break. That's right. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Constant in life. In recent years, the societies of the CFA member states have started publicly talking about alternatives. It's a trend that is becoming increasingly louder. The most feasible proposal is to form a regional currency bloc untethered from French control. Some proponents of this plan would use the West African ECOWAS economic union as a springboard. This would reorient the CFA franc member states around Nigeria, which accounts for more than 2/3 of the regional GDP. Plus, Nigeria is a net oil exporter, while most West African states are importers, so there is a natural synergy in the ECOWAS region. Of course, nothing worth having comes easy. Paris has sought to forestall these attempts. A law to this effect was passed in the French Senate in January 2021. It looks to change the West African CFA franc into the ECO and then abolish the operations.
892, thank you for that. Faustini says, every time Hassan talks about colonial imperialism, I want to remind him that the United States is also a colonial project that threw off its imperialist master. We inherited European imperialism. We didn't create it. Also, 4 out of 10. Okay, we inherited it and then perfected it. What the fuck does that mean? Prop 65 warning, thank you for the 5 get the subs. The Lost Companion, thank you for the 3 get the subs. It's just like that's so... Faustini just has to chime in and make it seem like it's not us that's doing this. Like, you got to distance American actions from America for some reason every single time.
Accounts and withdraw French personnel from the central banks. All this is to be completed by 2027, but Paris would still retain effective control. Where the African monetary reserves would be held, at which location remains unaddressed. It's safe to say that the French reform is nothing but a ruse. Ultimately, the best solution may be for the individual states to have their own central banks and currencies fixed to a common regional unit at an adjustable rate. This would give monetary sovereignty to 14 nations, or nearly 200 million people. But many still fear crossing swords with France, and for good reasons. So, any attempts to break away from French hegemony would require a joint effort across the CFA franc zone. Most of all, the African collaborating elites who benefit from the system would need to be sidelined and replaced by lawmakers prepared to embark on a path of self-directed development. This may prove to be the greatest stumbling block. And it's something that has to change from within, because there is nothing more agreeable in life than making peace with the status quo, and yet nothing more corrupting. I've been your host Shirvan from Caspian Report.
Also, it's worth saying that America does the same thing with 3 extra steps via IMF and WTO. They control the monetary policy instead of direct money supply. Yeah. No, a staff member of Rand Paul got stabbed in Washington, D.C. Not Rand Paul. Okay. We're gonna talk about company towns briefly. I think we've covered it a lot. That was Caspian Report, by the way. We are going to we're going to talk about company towns real quick. Briefly talk about it. Before we get to the Nashville shooter and new information coming out. All right. Here is Elon Musk's Utopia company town.
I'd be really against it because there's too much traffic in that area already.
Here he is saying that there's going to be utopia down the street. Well, there already is one. We have dark skies, we have bald eagles, we have incredible soil and water. Why are you destroying an existing one to create one just down the street?
With any kind of development like that, you have to go through the permitting process, and the county is not very strong on how they do the permitting.
Personally, it is my wish that it does not get approved by Bastrop and that he does not get his own town in our county. To introduce a town that is controlled and centralized around a company and them controlling all of the families that live there and having to produce something as a product for him, that sounds scary, like old mining towns. And we know company towns didn't work.
I know that we need more affordable housing. I have an adult child who is struggling to find affordable housing in this county, so I know that that is an issue. However, it's really sketchy to me that we're turning the clocks back and doing like coal miner town situation. I hope that the people who live in those houses and in that community do not get stuck in the trap of the things that you saw in those types of, planned communities for business, where you can't buy anything with your money except for the store. Or maybe it's just more convenient for you to go there and kind of make an insular community that basically they become your indentured servants because they have no way to have the mobility out of it.
What I have heard is that, like, say you lose your job, you have a month to get your family out of that house. That's terrifying.
Yeah, it's like an additional level of control that you have over workers. And I think America, especially like American workforces, are just cucked right enough that I can totally see them basically advocating for this. Or at least I know for a fact that every Twitter Blue user who's like trying to do a crypto play is going to be 100% advocating for it, while simultaneously never working there. You know what I mean? Never working a day in their lives. Let's be real. Terrifying is being on an H-1C visa, getting laid off, and having to leave the country in a month. Yeah, I mean, we basically do that with what you just it's H-1B, isn't it? With work visas, yes.
We've seen this in history before. We've seen it all over the world, including the United States. We know how this story ends. So I'm not saying that's what's going to happen because I'm not a mind reader.
Did right-wingers just not learn about working conditions in the 1800s or what? Why are they okay with going back to that? First of all, right-wingers don't know anything, okay? Like, what do you mean? They don't know anything. They're right-wingers. They're conservative. If you're conservative, you're just like, you just don't really know anything. Learning is not a concept, okay? That's number one. Number two, capital owners look towards the 1800s and their mouths start watering, thinking about how much they could potentially get away with undermining workplace safety, undermining labor, labor protections. They look at that and they vie for a time. They can go back to that kind of thing. They want it. They look at the unearned freedoms of the current American labor pool, and they think we gotta do something about that.
I'm not a fortune teller, but I will say that all the signs and symptoms of some...
I never covered something else, but the Nashville shooting was done by a trans woman, or is this just a talking point? No, it was a trans man, okay? Not that it fucking matters, but everyone is literally misgendering the shooter, which, he's a fucking school shooter. So, obviously you still shouldn't misgender the school shooter, but they're not only misgendering the school shooter, but they think that the school shooter is a trans woman when he was a trans man, it turns out. This discourse is going to be fucking ruthless and brutal and awful for a little bit, and then it's going to go away and no one's going to care about it. But let's be real. For the time being, I'm sure this will be like one thing that like right-wingers can laser focus on. Yeah. It's a AFAB man, AFAB, assigned female at birth man, that did the shooting.
bull crap going down are afoot.
How will your residents living in your utopia feel about living next to a 2,000-acre gravel mine? Do they really want to live near a great big hole? Do they want to have polluted water? Do they want to have dust in the air?
Utopia sounds very scary. Like if you watch the Star Trek and such, yeah, not good. Or read the books, yeah. The utopia is not usually at all what it's presented to be.
Community notes on the tweet above this say, Elon, the article is false. The claim that Elon is building a city in Texas has been said to be false by Elon. Oh, thank God they put a... Thank God he said the article is false. So now Twitter community notes saying it's false. Well, he filed for it. So did he just like file for it as a joke, as a meme? Like, what's up? Like, that's kind of silly, I feel like. Considering 90% of your audience is Marvel soy boy cucks, can you please address the Jonathan Majors accusation? Yeah. Thank you, Stryker, who is a memer, but this time caught me on one. I can address it very quickly. Jonathan Majors is, the up and coming celebrity that got like a major PR wave boost, right? And he was arrested for alleged assault. Jonathan Majors' attorney says the woman who accused him of assault has taken back her allegations after he was arrested in New York. An attorney for Majors said that he's innocent and video evidence and witness statements will prove it. Now, when this happened, though, the Creed 3 actor Jonathan Majors was arrested Saturday morning in Manhattan on suspicion of strangulation, assault, and harassment. He was arrested at 33 years old, was arrested after a domestic dispute that happened in the Chelsea neighborhood. A 30-year-old woman was taken to a hospital with minor injuries to her head and neck, the NYPD said. Now, obviously, this is a unique predicament because, like, cops are, notorious for being kind of shady. But from what I understand, I think my speculation is that from what I understand, he's not like a known to be a very nice guy behind the scenes. That's all I'm going to say. And he's also like he's also very big and very famous now. So, allegedly, according to certain accounts, there was a tweet. Yeah, there was a tweet hinting at it before the story broke. Yeah. Majors was taken into custody without incident. The woman told officers that she had been assaulted. Priya Chaudhry, Majors' lawyer, said in a statement to BuzzFeed News that he's completely innocent and is provably a victim of an altercation with a woman he knows. According to Chaudhry, the video evidence of the incident, which occurred within a vehicle, and testimony from witnesses will prove the actor's innocence. The woman also took back her accusation of assault in written statements, Chaudhry said. Chaudhry added that the woman was having an emotional crisis for which she was taken to a hospital yesterday. Majors is one of Hollywood's fastest rising stars. In addition to co-starring in Creed 3, he recently joined the Marvel Cinematic Universe's Phase 5 as Kang the Conqueror. Now, of course, he's a major celebrity. Like I said, it's just the police in this sort of circumstance and the media in this sort of circumstance is going to jump to that immediately. Stop reading celeb rumors. It's cringe and beneath you. All I'm stating is that I saw something on Twitter. At first, I thought it was a little sussy because he's just like, my opinion of him is shaped by PR. My opinion of him is completely shaped by PR. I thought he was like a very nice guy. And Twitter loved him. They were, there was a lot of celeb worship going around. And then there was a tweet from someone who I believe has deleted their tweet now or deleted their Twitter entirely that had talked about how months ago had talked about way before this happened. There's a guy who is blowing up on Twitter who I will not be mentioning, who's now seen as like a media darling that they deleted their tweet. Come on, this is sus as fuck. I mean, they didn't even fucking it is sus as fuck, but also at the same time, like they had tweeted about this without mentioning a name months ago. Not solid enough. But I don't agree with it. I don't agree that it's solid enough. This is all speculation. Bro, I have no idea what you're talking about. Is there a people are so quick to back someone with no evidence? Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. My opinion on the matter is that I don't know enough. But a random, cryptic, vague tweet on Twitter, months before this actually happened, okay, was issued that did not mention Jonathan Majors by name, but said someone who is like a media darling is actually really horrible in his personal and professional life. And every single time I see people, promote this guy, I am frustrated. I'm very angry. It could have been about anyone, but then that account also turned around and said, ding, 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 when someone else resurfaced that tweet and said, now I guess we know that it's about Jonathan Majors. Okay? Now, this is just a random Twitter person, and it's a cryptic tweet. And the person, I looked into it more. The person also stated that it was a friend that he had been abusive to. However, his friend was afraid of coming out, or their friend was afraid of coming out. Sorry. So I don't know. Dude decided to be the face of Go Army ad, so I'm not trying to give this man that much charitability, so please pop off. Yeah, he is a Go Army ad guy. Are you talking about this tweet? Yes. There's a particular actor relatively new to the scene who Twitter has violently fallen head over heels for, who in actuality is a vicious, cruel, abusive human being, both professionally and in his personal life, and every new viral thirst tweet about him drives me insane. This was back in February 14. Now we know who this tweet was about. Was tweeted by Chateau Bunny, which was right after the Jonathan Majors accusations came out. And then this account also said ding, 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 and then added further context. Yes, I know A.B. Allen is MB. Yes, A.B. Allen is MB. As soon as he was arrested, a ton of people from New York City Productions, not just that one tweet, all said he's a sociopath with incredibly awful to crew and relentless and angry. Allegedly, the evidence is that she had strangulation marks and bruises on her face and neck when she went to the cops to report it, and he was charged. Yes. So, take all of this with a grain of salt, obviously. But Jonathan Majors was charged with multiple counts of assault by the New York District Attorney after the arrest over this alleged domestic dispute. People has obtained the documents from the Manhattan District Attorney's office that shows Majors, 33, was charged with 3 counts of assault in the 3rd degree, aggravated harassment in the 2nd degree, and 3 counts of attempted assault in the 3rd degree and harassment in the 2nd degree after he was arrested for an alleged domestic dispute on Saturday. Documents show the victim told police that Majors allegedly struck her about the face with an open hand, causing substantial pain and a laceration behind her ear, as well as allegedly grabbed her hand and neck, causing bruising and, as well, substantial pain. The actor is completely innocent and probably the victim of an altercation of a woman he knows, is what Chaudhry, Majors' defense attorney, said. We are quickly gathering and presenting evidence to the district attorney with the expectation that all charges be dropped imminently, Chaudhry said in a statement. This evidence includes video footage from the vehicle where this episode took place, witness testimony from the driver, and others who both saw and heard the episode, and most importantly, 2 written statements from the woman recanting these allegations. That is pretty fucking open and shut. But even said all of that, even when all of that happens, yeah, she did not call the cops, he called the cops. It's a strange situation. I want to see the evidence. Yeah. The weirdness of this situation is that, like, there's 2 different dynamics here. Jonathan Majors is a black man. Let's be real. Jonathan Majors is a black man, and it's not like the criminal justice system is very sympathetic to the to any kind of accusation launched towards a black man. However, Jonathan Majors is also a rich black man, a very rich black man who is tied to probably one of the wealthiest IPs, one of the richest IPs on the planet. So on the one hand, this is why I'm saying it could go either way in the situation. So on the one hand, it could be yet another circumstance where you have a domestic dispute. There is a domestic dispute potentially that has been blown out of proportion, where like he might not be the responsible party. But also, on the other hand, it could be very valid. Okay? It could be very valid. I'm not saying it is. But that's why I'm saying there's I have no like credible evidence on this beyond pure speculation, and giving you both sides of this conversation because we don't know, and evidence will perhaps shed some light on the matter. Another director spoke on Majors, Tim Nicolai. I'm just going to say this about Jonathan Majors and be done with it. Folks at Yale and the broader New York City community have known about him for years. He's a sociopath and an abuser, and that is how virtually everyone speaks about him. It's a shame it took this long for him to be reported. Yeah, so a bunch of other people came out with accusations towards him. That he was said he was an abusive person, sociopathic. I think you should believe the victim personally. Yeah, but that's easy to say, except now the lawyers are saying that the victim wrote written testimony that says that the situation is different. So what do you do? It's so easy to just say, believe the victim in this situation. Okay, well, the victim said that they were domestically abused by Jonathan Majors. Now they have recanted. How are you going? And in writing too. That could be a consequence of, Big Money Bags MCU protecting their main villain. Okay? Or that could be because there was a misunderstanding. I don't know. Without further evidence, I don't know. I can't act like I know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't know. Does that make sense? Do you understand? Trust but verify. Marvel doing an Ezra Miller. Yeah, I mean, exactly. They recast all the time. I don't think Disney did anything. Yeah, no. What? No, this is like the next 5 years of franchise play right here. This is like a NFL. This is like if Patrick Mahomes was like a fucking abusive person and there was like evidence, or Patrick Mahomes was like arrested for abuse. Like, they're not gonna fucking let that go, dude. Are you kidding me? I'm not saying he was or did. I'm just simply stating that there have been instances where, like, yes, a franchise will absolutely defend and protect their player. Deshaun Watson is like if Ray Allen killed a guy, but he was the best linebacker of a generation. Wait, wasn't it? It was not Ray. It was Ray Lewis. You mean? Yeah, Ray Allen is. Damn, I know. I got something right that Emma got wrong for a second. Let's go. About fucking Ray Allen. It'd be really funny if Ray Allen actually killed a guy. Because he's so like, I don't know. He doesn't strike me as the type. You know what I mean? Ray Allen's a great shooter, but a different type of shooter. Yeah, we know Ray Allen's a basketball player who played for the Celtics. Even I know that. And the Heat. Whatever. Okay. Sports cucks outing themselves. Fake Twitch users enjoying sports. Suck my cock. I lied so Hasan could look smart. Thank you, M. Hud. Ray Lewis didn't kill a guy. He was a really good friend and helped his friend after his friend murdered a guy. Yeah, He was simply an accessory to murder. I mean, come on. Ask Ray Lewis where the missing white suit is. No one will know. You guys are tarnishing the reputation of a good man who has a statue erected in his name. Okay, so guess what? How many statues do you have erected to your likeness and name? 0. Exactly. So he wins that. He wins those. But yeah, my point is, do you understand? Like, you know, billion-dollar productions are sometimes going to protect their important, valuable assets. Who knows? Who knows what happens? I mean, fucking DC's still going with Ezra Miller. You know what I mean? And we know for a motherfucking fact that Ezra Miller has done a bunch of, like, a litany of criminal shit. Like, an insane amount of criminal shit. Like, we know what they did. You know what I mean? We know. And perhaps are still doing, right? Like Ezra Crime Miller. Yeah. So you know, Ezra the Claw Miller. No, they cut him and canceled the Flash stuff. No, wait. Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure. No. No, Ezra Miller is like still going with DC. No, Ezra Miller is still happening. They didn't cancel Flash. Look. Ezra Miller's The Flash gets a PG-13 rating with a twist. Yeah, it's still going on. Flash was done recording before all his shits. They have to release it. No, they brought them back for reshoots and shit. They like movies don't get made like that and then shelved. There's like still it's an ongoing project. So they have to bring them back. I was hella surprised when I saw the Flash's trailer the other day. How do they have a job? Yeah. What about Batgirl? I don't know. What happened with Batgirl? I'm sure was someone like quote unquote canceled or under like legal scrutiny in Batgirl? Or was it something different? Scrap for a tax write-off? They killed the whole Batgirl movie to save tax money? Yeah, that's different. Off topic, but something with the Muslim shadows that you tortured yesterday with the food streams.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
مرحبا وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
يا شيخ اليوم بالغلط وقع في تمي شاورما مع زيادة طحينية.
نعم.
وكمان قطعة تفاح وتقريبا 3 لتر مي.
أيه.
فمش عارف هل أكمل صيامي ولا أطعمني الله وسقاني.
Dude. A lot of people don't understand how commonplace this is. You know what I mean? It happens. It fucking happens. Okay? You hate to see it, but it's like Allah fed him. You know what I mean? It's jump humping for Muslims? Yeah, exactly. Okay. So yeah, that's what I got on Jonathan Majors. I don't know enough. I don't know what the fuck's going on. We await for further developments. We're gonna do Chinese population shrinkage, and also on top of that, well, it's not just that, but we got the Gwyneth Paltrow thing. We got rapper Pras Michel standing in trial for Washington D.C. for conspiracy and other charges for being a Chinese spy potentially, or a Chinese agent that didn't log on as a foreign agent. Everyone needs loopholes, like how Catholics sacrifice by giving meat up on Fridays and replace it with 3,000 calories of fried fish and chips. Yeah. So have you age guessed any more photos? No. I do have to say something really quickly. A lot of people who are saying that I didn't play any video games yesterday are actually wrong. Oh, also, we're going to talk about the Nashville Christian school shooter was a former student, the police chief says. And also, Audrey Hale was a AFAB, assigned female at birth, trans man, it seems. But of course, because this is a breaking news story, obviously everyone is like misgendering him, and you know, like there's a lot of confusion and chaos in general. And then the perpetrator being trans makes things even more complicated. So why they got to do that? I'm pretty sure this isn't deliberate. Okay? Like that's not, I don't think that was deliberate. It's breaking news. Also, for a lot of transphobic people, trans men don't even like exist. It's not even in their like periphery, so they're like always shocked. So this will further brick everyone's brains. Most people don't even understand that, like, you know, like trans men are a thing. Please stop using AFAB and AMAB as transphobia in different terms. Wait, what am I supposed to use? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? I thought that was the woke lexicon. Since when did that change? No, you're changing too fast. I want to hear, no. Go back to the forest, okay? I don't know what the patch notes are. Go back to the forest, okay? You can't do a hot fix like that in real time and then expect me to know the latest, okay? No. Go back to the forest and do the trans council, the elderly council of trans needs to congregate and then come out with a press release. Okay? I'm pretty sure I was using the most woke latest terminology. Some anti-trans people are using it shittily is all basically. Yeah, what the fuck? We got some trans council members in the chat right now, and they are correcting you. You are wrong. It's fine if you use AFAB, AMAB. People just prefer using transmasc and transfam, but AFAB, AMAB are useful for explaining this to cis people. It can be used bad sometimes. So when did that happen? I don't even know. The AMAB AFAB combo has been going on since like 2017, but like most trans people still use AFAB AMAB. Yeah, I can't. You're not a doctor, don't use it. Okay, well, you're fucking annoying, okay? Shut the fuck up. Like, Jesus Christ. This is insane. Okay, stop. We're not even doing that. I'm not gonna dunk on one random chatter and all this shit. It's time to sit your cis ass down and learn. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. It's like, okay. What is this? Every fucking day. This is why they said that, by the way. Every fucking day on here, I see people who reduce AFAB non-binary people to their AGAB and basically wink, wink, nudge, nudge their way into saying AFAB non-binary people are just really women. Am I right, folks? This person did nothing wrong and his husband is supportive. What the fuck? Wait, what? I don't know what the... No. This is too much. It says 977 likes. This is not making it out the fucking... This is not making it out the trans elderly council. It's not. This is being vetoed, okay? It's literally being vetoed as we speak. No. We're not doing like... No, stop. We're not doing like fucking... Like unnecessary trans discourse in trans Twitter that is like constantly fighting one another. We're not doing that. This is not that space, okay? This is a space where there are a lot... This is a space led by a cishet, okay? With a lot of cishet people in here, you're gonna scare the hoes, okay? Don't do it. Don't scare all the hoes. This isn't Tumblr. You know, this is not happening. We're not having this discussion right now, okay? Contextually speaking, you know, don't bring up non-queer-reviewed, peer-reviewed strategies and terminology, okay? I don't even know what AGAB is, so I don't even want to know, okay? Like, there were letters in there that I don't even understand, okay? Yes, queer-reviewed terminology only, okay? No, we're not doing it, okay. Assigned gay at birth? No. Oh, AGAB is just assigned gender. Okay, assigned gender at birth. Okay, we learned a new term. I'm a trans woman on HRT and my ass doesn't know what the fuck that is. See? Patch notes. You haven't gotten it yet. That's what it is. Okay, so as I was saying, like, I can't believe this is what the conversation has turned into. New leftist discourse topics are my favorite part of the broadcast. Yeah. There's no way to like describe this to a broader population without, like, we're literally talking about a breaking news mass shooting school shooting that just happened, and the perpetrator is trans. The perpetrator has been misgendered as a woman the entire time. Transphobic people are literally using this to say, like, look, because they don't understand. They think, like, there are only trans women, no trans men, right? So, like, in their baby brains, they literally are thinking, like, oh, yeah, here it is, another man that did a shooting, okay? When, in fact, it was, like, the transphobes are correctly gendering the trans man, thinking that they're misgendering the trans man. There's no way to describe that without using terminology such as AFAB or AMAB. Assigned female at birth, assigned male at birth. This was an assigned female at birth trans man, okay? From what I understand, there was a manifesto as well involved in this. But I can't see it because I have to register to the Independent. So I'm not going to do that, obviously. Get the fuck out of here, Independent. But bro, I have lost the plot. Anyone over 60 would listen to this and die? Yeah, basically what people are saying is, like, this is a transgender woman, which is ironically, like, misgendering the trans person. And I don't think Fox News and everyone else is actually deliberately misgendering them. I think they think that they are misgendering the trans man by saying this is a trans woman. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because a lot of these professional news outlets have a policy not to misgender, regardless of how right-wing they are. I'm talking like legacy publishers will actually never misgender deliberately. So what's going on currently is they think they're being, like, quote-unquote woke, right? While simultaneously misgendering the person. But of course, that is mostly because trans men are invisible to most transphobes. Yes, exactly. Now, of course, yes, from what I understand, the name of the perpetrator, the name of the shooter has been released, and immediately people started digging in. The shooter was Audrey Hale, but I think this is a dead name. I don't know what his actual what his his name is. Might have been Aiden Hale. Okay. So all of these articles right now, given the fact that this is a developing news story, all of these articles are going to have incorrect information and a lot of dead naming and misgendering going on. Okay? I think you're misunderstanding the not a man thing. They're saying that they as a trans man are not a man and they actually are a woman, not accidentally saying anything. No. The thing is, no, I don't agree with that. Fox News does a metric ton of anti-trans propaganda. We cover it regularly. A lot of these news outlets actually have a style guide that they hold on to, that they literally will go by. And even Fox News' style guide will not deliberately misgender someone. Remember, we talked about this a long time ago. I do think that this is actually, I do think that this is probably an unintentional misgendering, just like NBC News is unintentionally misgendering this person. Now, Fox News' news coverage style guide is very different than Tucker, obviously. Tucker Carlson deliberately misgenders people all the time. Does that make sense? Do you understand what's going on? For Philip DeFranco to misgender the shooter, for Philip DeFranco to misgender the shooter, he didn't do it on purpose. Does that make sense? Like, a lot of outlets are not intentionally misgendering the shooter. Not that this part of the process matters all that much. Obviously, I'm not going to misgender someone once I know that they're trans, but because I'm not interested in shitting on trans people. This doesn't have anything to do with trans people in general. This is one specific trans man. This person killed kids, and this is our argument. Exactly. This is like irrelevant to the subject matter. Obviously, I'm just trying to clarify it so that everybody understands what the actual facts of the matter is. Okay? I'm giving you advice on media literacy. I'm giving you advice on how the media operates. And I'm telling you this before we move on to the real matter at hand, which is, of course, the fact that guns are easily accessible, readily available for everyone, regardless of what their gender status is in the United States of America. Okay? So, yeah. Also, on top of that, I mean, yeah, he is still a psychopath, okay? Doesn't matter. He's still a fucking, freak. Like, that's it. It's completely irrelevant to the gender status of the particular individual. He is a fucking murderer, a mass murderer, a school shooter, okay? So remember that. Now, having said that, no, bro, what the fuck it matters? Why would you handwave chatters calling a black shooter racial slurs just because he killed kids? Chatters need to use their fucking heads and stop letting out their internalized transphobia. No, we're not allowing that to happen. But you also have to, again, remember that is, I'm in the process of explaining that is like not acceptable. That's not what I'm doing. And we're moving on to the main point of contention, Okay? This is not happening. You're hyper focusing and lasering in on an issue, and I am afraid that you are not seeing the larger picture here, which is that inevitably this will be, just like anything else, weaponized against the trans community. This person's gender is completely irrelevant in this conversation. Okay? And if you hyper focus on it as a trans person or as a trans ally, you are lending credence to the psychotic right-wingers that will then turn around and say things like, oh, look, all they care about, all these trans people care about is the gender of the shooter. Do you get what I'm saying? Don't do that. Especially because this will be utilized towards trans people, as though like all trans men and all trans women are going around doing mass shootings. Okay? Every single shooting leading up to this one over the past couple of years, every single shooting that occurred in mainstream media, that was covered in mainstream media, the right immediately said, this is a trans person. This is a trans person. This is a trans person. Finally, there is a shooting where it is actually a trans person that did the shooting. So now the right basically got their wish. Okay? So there's two different situations at play here. The main issue, obviously, is more dead children and more dead teachers and faculty staff in a nation where this seems to be commonplace. That's the number one issue. Okay? The secondary issue on top of that is that this will be weaponized against trans people, as though trans people are doing this all the fucking time. Okay? This is the United States of America. In the United States of America, everyone has the opportunity to purchase a weapon. Okay? Here it is. Here's some great examples of people that are literally getting so horny that they don't even care about the fucking victims. They don't even care about the situation at hand. They've already jumped the gun. They put the cart before the horse, and now they're immediately shitting on trans people in general. Conduct yourself, if you're a trans person, conduct yourself in this moment with the utmost scrutiny and you know, be as deliberate and as careful as you can if you're going to be a trans person online right now, because the other side is going fucking crazy. Okay? They've jumped the gun and they're looking like unhinged fucking freaks. Colorado Springs shooter identified as non-binary. The Denver shooter identified as trans. The Aberdeen shooter identified as trans. Nashville shooter identified as trans. One thing is very clear. Modern trans movement is radicalizing activists into terrorists. Insane. Not real. This tweet is not accurate. I think with the exception of the Denver shooter, who I don't know if it was if they were trans or not. I don't fucking know. But I think the Denver shooter actually killed their trans sister in the Denver shooting. Okay? But of course, this is the United States of America. There's a mass shooting pretty much every fucking day in this country. There are going to be some mass shooters that are trans. There are going to be mass shooters that aren't exclusively just, cishet white men. This is going to happen. Okay? It's going to happen. They're going to hyper-focus on them. They're going to hyper-focus on this to make it seem like trans people are doing an unimaginable amount of mass shootings or some shit like that. Okay? So just remember that. 52 minutes, 20,000 likes. Yeah, he's a freak. Juniper has a tweet on the matter. 15 years ago, anytime there was any shooting, they would blame it on Muslims. And if it were a Muslim, they would go hog wild trying to indict all Muslims. They're doing that right now with the Nashville shooting and will try to indict all trans people. Just don't engage. See a Matt Walsh take that's incredibly aggravating? Ignore it. See a politician tweet misgendering the shooter while simultaneously trying to blame all trans people? Ignore it. Anyone with a brain and a shred of empathy will see right-wingers as the psychopaths they are. A lot of trans people are rightfully scared of the world right now. People hate us without knowing us and how amazing we are. Just know that you are loved and we will win. The world cannot hate us forever. Yeah. Exactly. Juniper put into words what I've been trying to say in a much better way. Okay? I know what you're saying, but can you please not call him a freak? There's so many things against us right now. I don't like the idea of just completely shitting on him. What do you mean? Yes, I'm going to completely shit on a school shooter because this is a school shooter, not a trans school shooter, but a school shooter. He murdered children at a school. Don't give your enemies further ammo. You are the one who is trying to apply additional empathy to a school shooter, and you are the one who is bringing up the trans status of a school shooter, making it seem like you are shielding someone who has killed kids. Don't do that. Okay? That's it. Anyway, this is basically how it works when there's like one story. Like the American conservative movement now basically revolves around constantly and consistently claiming that all trans people and all queer people in general are pedophiles, right? This is a big part of like modern day American conservatism. Every now and then, there is going to be a pedophile who happens to be trans. Okay? And they jump on that all the fucking time and immediately say, see? We were right. Meanwhile, the overwhelming majority is still cishet men, white men in particular. Okay? There is no reason to look at a situation like that where there is, let's say, a pedophile who happens to be trans, doing an incredibly cruel, inhumane, and very illegal thing. Okay? There's no reason to look at that situation, that individual situation that is like hyper-specific and happens like once every fucking, 100 years or whatever. Maybe not that infrequently, but still. Okay? There's no reason to look at that situation and try to defend that person because that person is doing something indefensible. Do you understand? It is a singular anecdote in a sea of data that points in a different direction. There is no reason for you to ever look at a person like that, okay, and then try to, try to even come across with like a ounce of empathy when all these motherfuckers have always done is just blame trans people in general. Okay? They're just doing the same cherry picking they always do. It's the same as when the right also craft a similar narrative towards undocumented immigrants in this country. There are 10 million, and that's a conservative estimate, undocumented immigrants in this country. Undocumented immigrants are statistically less likely to engage in any matter of crime in comparison to natural-born U.S. citizens. But every time the right cuts propaganda about undocumented immigrants, they always say immigrants are rapists, murderers, they're bloodthirsty, they're drug dealers. This is not the reality. This is objectively false. You're covering trans mention longer than a racist Israeli dude, I believe, feels like a problem. Yeah, I think it feels like a problem to you because you're a fucking freak. Because I am not covering the trans mention longer than the racist Israel dude. I have talked about Israel extensively for like almost an hour and a half, if not 2 hours today. I have talked about this issue for like, I believe this part of the issue, specifically the transness, okay, for I probably like the past 15 minutes, okay? And the reason why you think that the 15 minutes is longer than the 2 hours I covered it is because you have an issue with that coverage. Why do people think they can police their own fucking broadcast? Because they think a subscription offers them more than just avoiding the top of the hour ad break. They think that when they subscribe, or not even, when they chat and they watch an ad at the top of the hour for 3 minutes, that they think they have ownership over the broadcast. And in some respects, there is a bit of that, right? But that doesn't allow you to be a fucking asshole micromanager. Just subscribe for $5 or for free at the top of the hour and fucking move on. And that way you won't see an ad. You can even, if you're lucky and a good boy, get gifted a sub. Okay? That's right. Get gifted a sub and avoid the top of the hour ad break as well. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. In New Zealand, we have an MP that's in hot waters after blaming cis white men for all the problems. She was hit by a motorbike moments before. I wish this was clickbait. Lunalux 9, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Cigarette Overlord, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. This is why people call you a grifter. Why? Because I can navigate through touchy and sometimes very distressing subjects with the grace of a ballerina, and utilize like a shitty moment where I'm supposed to yell at a chatter into an effective ad break that basically cuts the anger in the chat almost immediately, and then gives me a 9.58 out of 10 as an ad segue. Is that why? Should I have instead yelled at that chatter? Continued to yell at that chatter endlessly? Would that have been better? Rainy draws a lot. Thank you for the 69 gifted subs, by the way. Allowing 69 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. So yeah, that's my take on the issue itself with respect to fuck. Wait, he was a furry? Is this a furry website? What the fuck are you sending me? Your learning and growth is really shown recently on trans topics. Oh, yeah. Well, there are things that still trigger me. Like wrecking and infighting still triggers the fuck out of me. But there was a person who was trying to say AFAB and AMAB is not allowed in this discussion and you shouldn't do it. You're being transphobic. And guess what? I didn't yell at them and we moved on. You know what I mean? You live and you learn and you grow. Okay. So, Copium, I didn't yell at someone just informing me. That's so funny. Weirdo. Hasan's trad wife. Why? Why are you so desperate to center the conversation around yourself? I'm not going to give in to what you want. Stop. Take a second off and cool off. Okay? Stop. Anyway. Were they a boy or a girl? I've seen so many articles say she. This was, as far as I understand, a trans man. Okay? But again, let the fucking TERFs be absolute freaks like they've been. China's birth rates.
This chart shows China's birth and death rate over the last 60 years. For most of it, births are high. But in 2022, China had more deaths than births.
Schlatt TikTok taking over politics.
Hey, how do you feel about the current socioeconomic climate in America?
I think hamburgers and cheeseburgers work well with fries.
True.
Hey, how do you feel about the
fucking killed it. He's so right. I agree with that. There is nothing that's so good. What? Trans woman beats transphobic guy. Can you cover a positive trans story, please? No.
Causing its population to decrease for the first time in 6 decades.
Good luck, creepy cool.
To get why this is such a big deal, consider this. China is the world's manufacturing superpower, and that's in large part because of its huge population. Nearly 30% of the country's economic output comes from manufacturing. Now here's China's population over the last 60 years. Even after losing almost 1 million people in 2022, its population is still about as big as it's ever been, 1.4 billion people. But that's projected to shrink by nearly half by the end of the century. Over the years, China's growth and policies have contributed to its population decline. Today, it's looking to reverse course, to keep its population steady. The problem is, it might be too late. In the 50s, under Mao, China experienced one of the most gruesome famines on record. 30 million people died. If we look at that on the birth and death rates chart, you'll see a big spike in deaths. At the same time, the birth rate dropped, causing the population to shrink. But as often happens with wars, famines, and other major crises, immediately after, there was a baby boom. Combined with global medical advances that decreased infant mortality rates, China's average family now had 6 children. The birth rate had skyrocketed, which the government saw as a big problem.
The Chinese leadership realized the population was growing too fast and something needs to be done. The government came out with a policy.
They called it later, longer, fewer. Later marriages, longer birth intervals, and fewer births. As a result, China's birth rate started trending down. But it wasn't low enough for China's leaders, and in 1980, they implemented the extreme one-child policy, which limited most families to 1 child.
That policy was also backed up by very harsh measures. There were campaigns of sterilization, IUD insertion, and induced abortions.
And while these campaigns began during the later, longer, fewer era, they were at their worst under the one-child policy, when China sterilized 20 million men and women and induced nearly 15 million abortions in a single year. But China had accomplished its goal. Population growth was under control. Except, as China would soon realize, these restrictive policies worked a little too well. In order for any population to stay the same size in the long run, each couple needs to have, on average, 2.1 children. This is called the replacement rate. The idea is that 1 child replaces 1 parent, and that 0.1 makes up for children who die before they become adults.
Isn't sex education the most effective birth control? No, the most effective birth control is development. That's it. That's literally it. Most effective way to just reduce birth rates is by 1, not having any immigration, and 2, just massive development. Look at Japan. That's it. Xenophobic immigration policies paired up with like massive amounts of development will immediately eviscerate your birth rate if that's something that you want to do. Which, by the way, ironically played a role in China's birth rates diminishing as well.
But China...
What else? I mean, there's some other shit too, like fucking making it super expensive, child rearing, child development being super expensive, not having a lot of opportunities, not having a lot of free time in your workplace, not having any like economic, not having any like having a gigantic economic burden, making the cost of living expensive. Reddit, that's a good one. True. Hentai and anime, that's another good one as well. For sure.
Has had a fertility rate that's far below 2 for over 3 decades. To bring that up, in 2016, China finally ended the one-child policy. And after briefly trying out a 3-child policy, in 2021, they finally let families have as many children as they'd like. But it hasn't worked. One big reason is the unique family structure produced by the one-child policy.
We're looking at what's called a 4-to-1 family structure, with a couple having 4 parents above them and 1 child below.
Most countries have diverse family structures, some with 3 kids, others with none. But with China's 4-to-1 model, millions of only children are under increasing pressure to care for their aging parents and...
Yeah, you're right, Chowder. This is why they need the dick-sucking factory. To suck their dicks dry and pump it in to wherever. Jordan Peterson was right about that.
Elderly grandparents, and this can make having multiple children even harder, especially as the cost of living keeps rising. A recent survey revealed that more than 50% of
South China Morning Post, China's rising living costs, economic uncertainties leave power income groups unwilling or unable to spend.
Keeps rising. A recent survey revealed that more than 50% of young people don't want more than 1 child because of financial and work pressures.
We've seen cash subsidies for additional birth, longer maternal leaves, subsidizes for kindergarten, and all sorts of monetary support. Well, the thing is, almost none of them has worked because having a child is exceedingly expensive and it's a lifelong commitment. And so it's really actually hard to put a price on this.
But China's population crisis isn't just about babies. It's also about the balance between young and old. If we look at population pyramids that show distribution by age, we see that countries like Kenya, with rapid population growth, look like this: wide at the bottom, representing a lot of new young people, and narrow at the top. Countries experiencing slower growth, like the Philippines, are still triangular, but the difference...
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, because old people fucking die. People don't even make it to old age. That's what it is. Like that's it. That's it. When you're not a developed nation, purposely kept behind by colonial superpowers, you just, and you have a lot of issues with child mortality during pregnancy complications, things like that, as a consequence of not having adequate medicine, like the United States of America. Kidding. The United States of America is pretty fucking dog shit, but still better in comparison, at least. But that factors into your life expectancy, but that also factors into having more children.
Between top and bottom is less pronounced. Now take a look at China and notice the narrow bottom, so fewer babies, and the heavy top, a larger number of elderly people.
Which is a happy outcome of our improvement in health and in standard of living, but combined with sustained low fertility, and that just produces sustained population aging.
In 2050, that pyramid is projected to look like this. And that will further drive down China's population, shrink its labor force, and put the whole country in a uniquely difficult position. In the 80s, China became a hotspot for foreign investment, cheap manufacturing, and exports.
A generation later, it was shooting up the ranks and becoming one of the world's leading and fastest growing economies by GDP. But not only did that economic modernization drive birth rates down further, it also didn't translate to an equally strong economy for everyone.
If we look at the GDP per capita, the best in...
It's so funny. It's like, dude, China will collapse anytime now is always the argument. But also at the same time, it's like, China's going to collapse tomorrow is such a funny argument to make about this issue, particularly because like it's one that America has only been able to avoid with obviously immigration, and many other developed nations also have this same issue.
Indicator we have for standard of living, China is much lower than these high-income countries. China became a major world economy nearly overnight, but it's still a middle-income country. Many, especially in rural areas, haven't benefited much from China's economic boom. And China has...
Okay, that's wild. Dude, oh, come on, dude. That's bananas, brother. That is actually fucked up. That's insane. That is, oh my God. Okay, listen. That, yeah, that, Americans can't fucking look at like other countries and genuinely, if a country is declared a foreign adversary, there's no way that you can ever look at it objectively. And Vox is supposed to be like a progressive outlet, right? But of course, China is a national enemy, so therefore, like objectively, one of the most fascinating achievements in contemporary history is Chinese development and how aggressively successful it has been. Okay? Obviously, there are still rural areas that have not benefited in the same way as like tier 1 cities have, but the notion that the Chinese rural development in comparison to like the United States of America, for example, has not been infinitely more egalitarian is insane. Okay? That's crazy. China does have a slightly greater poverty rate than America, but the overall poverty rate is much lower than 90% of countries. You have to look at where China was 30 fucking years ago in comparison to where China is now. You can't look at... This is a really, really annoying part of like doing any kind of political analysis that people engage in, where they refuse to look at how fast development has occurred and how evenly that development has occurred, and then compare it to another country that's like even comparable. America has been stagnant for a very long time, with our birth rates also declining. Now, of course, the only way that America has been able to deal with the declining birth rate is by literally immigration. That's number one, okay? But it's like irresponsible almost to look at what... Look at an admission that you made here where like even life expectancies increase in rural areas, and then simultaneously let go of that fundamental piece of information that implies that there has been prosperity, okay? Not in the same as like obviously rural areas of China are not fucking a tier 1 city. You know what I mean? It's like not everywhere looks like Shenzhen or whatever. But that still doesn't matter. There's been a dramatic improvement on the quality of life in rural areas in China, in comparison to like an unimaginable development in comparison to like fucking Alabama. Exactly. What the fuck? That doesn't mean that like poverty has been completely eviscerated, but you have to compare it. You have to compare it to where China was 30 fucking years ago. The funniest part about this is that if this was like the United States that did a fraction of this kind of development, according to the World Bank, more than 850 million Chinese people have been lifted out of extreme poverty. China's poverty rate fell from 88% in 1981 to 0.7% in 2015. The Western world loves looking at the USSR, okay, and taking advantage of the USSR's like many benefits, okay, and significant burden like in World War II, and then claiming it for themselves. Just like the Western world loves looking at China and Chinese development and only talk about how global poverty has been lifted dramatically on the planet exclusively in fucking China, like almost entirely in China. Remove China from the equation, of extreme poverty globally, and obviously if you rate adjust it one more time to like an actual rate of extreme poverty and not change it, you will get a very different picture. The fuck? How influencers cover up crimes against humanity? What? The Uyghur influencers portray their homeland in Xinjiang as an idyllic and prosperous. However, numerous incredible reports, ongoing crimes. Wait, what? Dog, rural USA is just individual Ohios all over the place. Japan has been stagnating for almost 30 years now. It's an idiotic comparison to China. Japan modernized much earlier than China. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Has yet to develop the necessary safety nets to support its aging population.
To build the social infrastructure, like the social programs in healthcare and in pension, it takes time. And that's getting actually tougher with the economy that's slowing down.
And a slower economy will inevitably redefine China's role in the world as a manufacturing superpower.
What this means for China, for the
Yes, right after World War II, the predominant view is that in the West was that the USSR had beat the Nazis. But since then, and as tons of propaganda has been proliferated, the view almost completely shifted to the US having beaten the Nazis. Yeah, that is half a century of propaganda has dramatically shifted the attitude of even the French. You know what I mean? Like in France, I believe there was a study conducted immediately after World War II that showed that the French believed by like 75% or something, I'm not getting the numbers exactly right, that the USSR lifted the greatest, shouldered the majority of the burden. Yeah, here, this is another, ironically, this is also a Vox article, but yeah, 57% thought that the Soviet Union deserved the most credit for Nazi Germany's defeat in 1945. Now, in 2004, 58% believe that America deserves it. Think about that.
For the world is that the resource constraints from within.
America deserves what? The top of the hour ad break, of course. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. But if you don't feel like you deserve the top of the hour ad break, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. That's right. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Or you may be able to get gifted a sub. If you're lucky, here's a 3-minute ad break now. That's another way that you can avoid the ad breaks. Prop 65 warning. Thank you for this gifted sub.
Would also constrain the Chinese ambition and its global reach.
In some ways, China isn't alone. A lot of Asian and European countries are experiencing population declines too. What makes China different is how fast this all has happened. It was only 40 years ago that China started leveraging its booming population to become an economic superpower.
When you mention China, you should also mention the Tiananmen Square massacre, if you dare. What? If you dare? I don't give a shit. Kev Rhino, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Trying to stem population growth.
He said, if you dare.
Now that China's population growth is officially over, China may have to rethink its future, not just as a global superpower, but for its citizens at home, too.
They did another one. Why China is losing the microchip war. Okay, we're not going to do that, though. I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay? Bye.
Just begun.